Accounts Committee of Parliament had at one of its sittings that the Auditor General had rejected a request from the Ministry of Defence to the Ministry of Finance to pay about 4.8 million for some vehicles that were never supplied to the ministry. Now, according to a special report of the Auditor General on the state's liabilities at the end of December 2024, stores received advice dated October 12, 2024 was issued by the Stores Department of the Ministry of Defense. Well, the latest Government Defense Integrity Index has flagged that Ghana faces a high risk of corruption occurring in the defense sector, including at the military operations level. And that's our focus here on Corruption Watch on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Stay with us because, look, this is the Ghana military, the Ghana Armed Forces, and we're told per the Ghana Government Defense Integrity Index that Ghana faces a high risk of corruption occurring in the defense sector. The last place you would expect corruption. We say the military is disciplined, right? Okay, my name is Winston Amoah, and as always, we do the show with you. So let's get interactive. Get onto X, use the hashtag JoySMS. Then on WhatsApp, 05511119997. Coming up is the news at 6 with Mamiesi Nyamiche Thompson.
You better run, you better do what you can. Don't wanna see no blood, don't be a macho man. You wanna be tough, better do what you can. So beat it. But you wanna be bad, just beat it. Beat it, beat it. No one wants to beat it. Show it how funky, don't just jump like that. It doesn't matter who's spoke up right. Just beat it, beat it, just beat it, beat it. Just beat it, just beat it, beat it. They're out to get you, better leave while you can. Don't wanna be a boy, you wanna be a man. You wanna stay alive, better do what you can. So beat it, just beat it. You have to show them that you're really not scared. You're playing with your life, this ain't no truth or dare. They'll kick you, then they beat you, they'll tell you it's fair. So beat it.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the news at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM. It's 103.9 FM in Accra, in Kumasi on Love 99.5, and in all 16 regions of Ghana via partner stations. Also live on myjoyonline.com, X Spaces, and YouTube. Coming up, minority criticizes government's $300 million loan from the World Bank for free senior high school reform.
We do not prioritize education so that the revenues that we generate from this country are channeled into education, but rather we are going to borrow.
Also this morning, Chairman Wontumi's legal team says it will challenge his conviction at the Supreme Court if an appeal at the Court of Appeal is unsuccessful.
And when you are not happy with the decision of the Court of Appeal, the court of last resort is the Supreme Court.
In business,
Ghana's total export earnings reached record $18.2 billion as proceeds from gold continue to drive spike. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
and authorities at the Ghana North Municipal Assembly assure residents of repairs as erosion continues to threaten Mile 7 roundabout walkway.
Currently, the urban road scheme, we assess all the situations, so we are working on preparing the bill so that we then come and work.
These and more with me, Mamiesi Nyamiche Thompson. Stay for details. This morning, the minority in Parliament has criticized government's decision to secure $300 million World Bank loan to fund secondary school or secondary education transformation for access, relevance, and results for jobs project. The caucus accused that borrowing to support the abolition of the free senior high school double track system exposes government's inability to manage the economy effectively just 9 months after Ghana exited the IMF program. Here are Tana North MP and Deputy Ranking Member on the Finance Committee, Dr. Gideon Boako, and Ofonse Ayerbi MP and Ranking Member on the Economy and Development Committee, Kojo Nkrumah, in Parliament on Tuesday.
We do not prioritize education so that the revenues that we generate from this country are channeled into education, but rather we are going to borrow to finance secondary education. That is very, very sad and it's very bad. Mr. Speaker, all these are happening because If you look at the government fiscal data from last year to this year, there has been huge revenue underperformance on the part of government, and that is why we are seeing what we are seeing today.
Look from state-owned enterprise to state-owned enterprises. They are now embarking on quasi-fiscal expenses, spending the money on other things. One giving money to EPA, another giving money to other things. It is that reason for which at the Central Treasury, they can't find resources to pay for some of these priorities, and they've gone back to the debt markets.
The chairman of the Finance Committee and MP for Bolgatanga Central, Isaac Adongo, dismissed the claims that the government is borrowing to finance the free senior high school program.
Mr. Speaker, it is important to indicate that there is no loan agreement before this House to finance free SHS. Mr. Speaker, what we are considering is a loan agreement that is meant to improve access to free secondary education, to ensure that we eliminate the double track, provide more opportunities for grade C schools to be upgraded to grade B, and for grade B to be upgraded to grade A.
Parliament has since approved the transaction. Still in Parliament, Speaker of Parliament, Alban Gbagwing, has directed MPs to cease abusing police escorts and sirens, cautioning them against any action that breaches road safety. He referenced a cabinet directive in a communication addressed to him by the Interior Minister, which bans the use of sirens on any private or public vehicles without authorization, with the police charged to remove unauthorized sirens and discontinue unauthorized police escort services.
According to the communication, Cabinet, in compliance with existing law, has requested, among other things, that no person shall install or use a siren on any official or private vehicle without the prior written authorization of the minister responsible for the interior. Similarly, no person is to utilize police resources, particularly police escort services, without the requisite written authorization of the Minister for the Interior or the Inspector General of Police acting on behalf of the Minister.
Meanwhile, the Ghana Police Service says it has intercepted 1,054 vehicles in the Greater Accra region during an ongoing nationwide road traffic enforcement exercise aimed at clamping down on the unauthorized use of horns, sirens, strobe lights, beacon lights, improvised vehicle modifications, and other related offences. Moving on, Chairman Wuntumi's lead lawyer Samuel Atacha says the defence will challenge his conviction at the Court of Appeal and, if unsuccessful, proceed to the Supreme Court. On Top Story, Mr. Atacha argued that the judgment was not supported by the law or the evidence presented, insisting the prosecution failed to prove that his client unlawfully transferred his mining concession or benefited financially. He spoke to my colleague Ken Juicy.
If the Court of Appeal should uphold both the conviction and the sentence, are you prepared to take the matter to the Supreme Court?
Definitely. In fact, we will exercise our rights under the law, that when you lose in the High Court, you can appeal to the Court of Appeal. And when you are not happy with the decision of the Court of Appeal, the court of last resort is the Supreme Court.
Well, the Deputy Attorney General Justice Shremsai has dismissed claims Bernardine Chiposiako was selectively prosecuted. He insisted that the NPP Ashanti Regional Chairman chose to stand trial instead of taking advantage of Ghana's plea bargaining law.
The accused person, that is Chairman Wuntumi, he chose not to take advantage of the plea bargaining law and decided to go to trial. So
what's
we did
in
not
for the
just
state?
get up. What I'm saying is this: the two gentlemen entered into plea bargaining, and I believe you know what plea bargaining is, right? And when they entered to plea bargaining, a clause of the plea bargaining is for them to forfeit their excavators, the gold that was confiscated, and all other equipment. That is their consideration for the plea bargaining.
Well, the Kwadoso Circuit Court in Kumasi has slapped a 1-month jail term on 26-year-old unemployed man for attempting to steal a police armored vehicle at Inkaria in the Etrimawa-Bija South municipality of the Ashanti region. Ebenezer Frimpong, who was arrested on April 15, changed his plea from not guilty to guilty during a court sitting on Tuesday. Ohimin Terrier reports.
According to police prosecution, on April 14, 2026,
General Lance Corporal Joshua Denchi, a police driver was in charge of an armored police vehicle with registration GP 1131, which was being conveyed to a workshop for servicing. While en route, the officer reportedly developed a stomach upset and parked the vehicle near Nkari Market to purchase medication from a nearby pharmacy. Moments later, the policeman spotted a convict driving the vehicle towards the Nkari Ebuakwa Kumasi direction. An alarm was raised, and with the assistance of the regional MTTD motor riders, the suspect was arrested at a MIM near Ebuakwa. Immediately after the psychiatric report was read in court, Frimpong told the court he wanted to change his plea from not guilty to guilty. This is the man who pleaded not guilty on May 5, 2026, before the same court. Asked by the presiding judge if he understood the consequences of his actions, he answered in the affirmative. The court, presided over by His Honor Jafta Apo, sentenced the accused based on his own plea. The trial judge, His Honor Jafta Apo, explained Frimpong attracted a short jail term because he's a young offender who did not waste the court's time.
Authorities at the Ghana North Municipal Assembly say plans are underway to repair damaged pedestrian walkway at Achimota Mile 7 roundabout. The assurance comes after growing concerns from residents and pedestrians over erosion that had eaten into the structure. Now, Municipal Chief Executive Akoto says engineers from the Urban Roads Department have assessed the site.
Currently, the urban road scheme, he assessed all the situations. So we are working on preparing the bill so that we then come and work. The damage caused by the rain is all over. It's a lot. Mile 7 is also not exceptions. Currently, we are doing some dredging work around. So I know very sure that probably latest by next week, we'll start some work also around Mile 7. And so we are appealing to residents to exercise a little bit patience for us. We'll come and address all the concerns.
And that will be all for this morning's bulletin here on Joe 99.7 FM. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Google me. At what time will you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car? No, I don't change my car. It be the same right. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so. This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir. Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mindset be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open there. Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel? Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you. Hey, they make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside? I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small. Go. Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
When I say ABSA, you say yes. ABSA Bakiti, we go say yes this 2026 till your jobs start dropping down. Yes, you listening to me right now. I know you get dreams. A work is here, and they work it well. Like me, I want to buy that Porsche car I've been dreaming of. I move into my dream house. No landlord will say me. Join the ABSA family and let's help you say yes to your dreams with tailored banking solutions from loans, mortgages, credit cards to digital banking and more. Make 2026 the year of yes with ABSA. Your story matters.
Who they brush? We they brush them. Who they brush? We they brush them. Brush your teeth. Brush your teeth. Every day and night. Slide the gems and tackle them. Brush the gems away. England gems. We go brush them. Croatia gems. We go brush them. Panama gems. We go brush them. We go.
Whatever the germs, brush them away with the new Pepsodent, now in limited edition World Cup packs. This advert is FDA approved.
Mr. Teacher, please, what happens when the children come to school? How is it that they leave home very neat and return looking so different?
No, stop action, mommy. All the learning and sports demands a lot of energy. So those sweat stains, torn uniforms, and dirty shoes, they show that your kids have been very active.
Hey, Samo!
Your jams need nourishment and energy. Give them the Milo Energy at breakfast, now with vitamin D that supports energy release to help their daily performance. Milo, energy to go further. Milo. This advert is FDA approved.
What will the world need tomorrow? Smarter systems, bolder thinkers, people who don't just use technology but build it as well. At Academic City University, that's exactly whom we train. Whether you're starting your undergraduate degree or advancing with a master's program, from business and communication arts to engineering and computational sciences, our programs are built with industry for real-world impact. You won't just graduate with a certificate, you'll graduate ready to solve, build, and lead. The future belongs to those who are prepared. Are you ready? Call 0594 030 308. Academic City University, educating future-ready leaders.
Cast your mind back to 2022. The prices were rising. The stress was high. Every liter of fuel felt like a sacrifice. Do you remember who stepped forward first? When others were comfortable with high prices, Star Oil chose you. We cut our own profits so you could keep your AC on, keep your engines running, and keep your life moving without the heavy burden. We gave you room to breathe when things felt tight. Because of you, our star savers, we became number one. Today, the pumps are a battleground. Others are finally cutting prices because they have to. But Star Oil, we do it because we want to. Don't just chase a price, remember a friendship. We were there for you then, and with new innovations coming your way, we are here for you now. Star Oil, still quality and affordable fuels for all.
Celebrate. You say you love the man, but show working, my sister. Open your Cowbank app and credit his account. Life simplified every single day. Yeah. Open your Cowbank app and credit his account. Cowbank, make come easy, Charlie. Life simplified all the way. If you love your man, show working, oh. Not only talking plenty on his birthday. A king was born today. What can he do with that? Give him fuel, give him vibes, give him Cowbank cash just like that. With your Cowbank app, you send money by airtime, pay bills in seconds. Wherever you get, Cowbank make your life simplified. Hey, hey. Cowbank, forward together.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM and the 6 a.m. news brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited, Your Story Matters, and Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you, which means we can bring you the Joy Business Report brought to us by Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Akbafu.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm great. You?
As you can see, God is still taking care of his children. Very good care of his children. We have life, so there's definitely hope, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here we are, another day. Now, lots of issues on our table this morning.
Okay.
We're happy that some $300 million approved for the infrastructure development in our senior secondary schools.
You need that.
Yes, we'll be finding out how that's going to be put to use, but also National Service Scheme, the National Service Authority in the news again. This time, the National Service.
Good news or bad news?
It depends on where you are, but I think it's bad news. The National Service Personnel Association, they went into a capacity building agreement with an entity, and as a result, had committed some deductions. Now, the personnel complained, and that, we're told, has been suspended. However, the concern is that, okay, so if it's been suspended, how about not refunding the funds to those whose monies were deducted.
Because the capacity building didn't happen, right?
Yeah, it didn't happen. We're going to get into it this morning. For many, it looks like as for national service, there's always an issue there. Okay, so they've suspended the capacity building program after concerns of allowance deductions. But what process did they even go through to arrive at that decision? First of all, at the capacity building, 60 cities.
Well, sounds like a good initiative. Maybe the rollout was not properly thought through. I don't know. Or
yeah, but these are people.
Just another scheme for somebody to make money.
You see, these are people. I mean, how do you say what sort of capacity building is that? Wholesale capacity building? And so you decide that you're going to do capacity building for people without consulting them? Is that what you do? Because if they are consulted, we'll not be here. We'll get into it here on the Super Morning Show. But also this morning, Corruption Watch is back. And the latest Government Defense Integrity Index has flagged that Ghana faces a high risk of corruption in the defense sector, including at the military operations level. And the Government Defense Integrity Index assesses and communicates the transparency and integrity of defense spending in 5 key risk areas. We'll share more with you this morning.
Interesting.
Interesting.
We never think
interesting
about the defense sector, right?
We'll get into all of it, which means that we can get into the trumpet for this morning.
Okay, we're excited about today's trumpet.
Yes, today is the birthday of a very good friend of mine. His name is Goswe Adenyaku.
Goswe Adenyaku.
Adenyaku. Now,
I love the way you pronounce the surname.
Adenyaku. One day I'll explain what that means to you. But he's, a very good friend of mine who makes sure that my farm works.
So that you can be here.
So that I can be here, So while I am here every day working, he's making sure that, the farm is also doing well. So he's always in the farm checking a thing or two. And where there are concerns, he'll quickly call me and say, well, I just realized this. What do we do? He's based in Hobart, always in Japon.
Oh, wow.
To, check on the farm and everything. So on his birthday today, we wish him God's blessings and protection.
That's very kind of you.
Very kind of him to make sure that, the farm is working. He knows what I've been telling him to do. He's always been postponing it, but it's my wish that when his next birthday comes, he would have done that. He bought a ram for a party, but every day, he says, we'll kill it next month. My brother.
Please, let's kill the ram.
Let's kill it. So,
very important.
To you, Goswe Adenyaku, we say...
Trumpets! Hello, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, Ghana's total export earnings reached a record $18.2 billion in June as proceeds from gold continue to drive the spike. Also coming up, Finance Minister Dr. Kassala to force in to highlight significant progress in checking government expenditure in external debt in mid-year budget review presentation. Plus, Bank of Ghana gets ready to announce a new policy rate today after meeting to review the economy. But some economists want the rate maintained at 14%. Details coming up. My name is Daryl Kwao. Great to be with you. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidua on KT Radio. Ghana's total export for the first 6 months of this year has reached record levels. Data released by the Bank of Ghana puts the amount at $18.2 billion at the end of June this year. More in this report.
Data show that the country's total earnings from export recorded some significant spike over the past 1 year. This is because in June 2025, total export earnings stood at $13.7 billion compared to the $18.2 billion posted in June this year. Gold continues to drive these earnings as it brought in some $12.5 billion, showing some huge spike over the past 2 months, even for this year. Again, compared to that $8.3 billion recorded in June last year. Earnings from cocoa ending June stood at $2.2 billion compared to $2.1 billion in the same period for last year. Proceeds from oil was pegged at $1.7 billion. Other exports also brought in some $1.7 billion. However, in June last year, earnings stood at $1.8 billion. When it comes to imports, the country spent $9.4 billion ending June this year, slightly up from what it spent in the same period for last year. When it came to financing our oil imports, Ghana spent some $3.3 billion ending June this year. The development resulted in a trade balance of some $8.8 billion, up from the $5.7 billion posted in June 2025.
Meanwhile, Ghana's international reserves have dropped marginally to reach $12.9 billion in June this year. This represents 5 months of import cover for the country. The Bank of Ghana data showed that it dropped from more than $14 billion in March this year to this new level. Still on the Bank of Ghana's data, the country's total debt stock now stands at 720 billion cedis as of the end of June 2026. This represents about 45.1% share of the total value of the economy and represents a significant spike from June last year to June 2026. The total debt had gone up by more than 100 billion cedis. The Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana is getting ready to announce a new policy rate today. This was after it met to review developments in the economy over the past 2 days. Ahead of the announcement of the policy rate, which stands at 14%, several economists that Joy Business has engaged are pushing for the rate to be kept unchanged due to the current tensions in the Middle East. Now, economist Professor Sarah Mkawo has described the current pressure on the cedi as temporary and expected. The cedi has posted some sustained depreciation against the dollar over the past 2 weeks, with the Bank of Ghana putting the year-to-date depreciation as more than 9%. But speaking to Joy Business, Professor Sarah Mkawo said the country's current reserve position should give businesses some assurance and there's no need to panic, he says.
Yes, I am very much optimistic about the assurance from the Bank of Ghana that they will be prepared to intervene in the market and also monitor the development in the market in order to ensure that the cedi does not depreciate further. On the policy response from Bank of Ghana to manage the demand, I am of the view that they have actually initiated some policy measures by trying to check on the businesses that are going to demand for the foreign currency. They will have to monitor their transactions and will ensure that the anti-money laundering mechanisms are very strong to prevent people from artificially demanding the currency so that they will be able to benefit from it.
Meantime, economic analyst at Data Bank Research, Winston Amoah, has called for the rerouting of the Jubilee crude oil to local refineries to help reduce pump prices. His comments come at a time when the cedi comes under pressure as business demand for dollars to finance oil imports continues to exceed market supply. He spoke on the marketplace on Joy News.
We've seen the rerouting of some sweet Jubilee crude oil to Centio and also Tor, and that is a step in the right direction. What that means is that you cut down on some intermediate cost that would, in the long run or in the final export price, would even make the price higher. You cut down on all those kind of costs. We should see the rerouting of the locally produced oil to these locally produced refineries. The target is 70%. If that is achieved, we should cut down on a lot of the importation cost, and that should then put some less pressure on the cedi to dollar terms. It doesn't really exonerate it, but it then softens the pressure on reserves, and the central bank will then be able to come in strongly to support the market.
Economic analyst at Data Bank Research, Winston Amoah there. Turning to other news, Finance Minister Dr. Castler Tuforsen is set to highlight some significant progress made in containing government's expenditure for this year when he presents the media budget review tomorrow. We have details in the following report.
For this administration, It is about demonstrating how the fiscal consolidation measures have helped in ensuring that as at the middle of this year, government has not posted those huge deficits or overruns. That is why the minister would want to use his presentation to point out how government has been prudent in managing funds at its disposal. But there are some who've also argued that the good expenditure numbers is rather as a result of government not spending. But ministry officials have challenged these claims. On the revenue side, the minister may want to hammer on some recent measures rolled out and how that could take some time in getting the needed results when it comes to significant improvement in revenue going forward. We are, however, not sure for now whether there will be any review of the tax rates and levies announced in the 2026 budget presented to Parliament by the Minister of Finance last year.
Just a day away. Now, the year-on-year change in the producer price inflation, which measures costs from the perspective of producers, dropped to 3.5% for the month of June 2026. This is down from the 5.6% recorded in May 2026. Here's more.
According to data from the Ghana Statistical Service, the month-on-month change in the PPI for May 2026 was negative 3.7%. The Industrial Producer Price Index inflation rate for June 2026 was, however, 3.3%. This represents a decrease of 2.7 percentage points compared to the rate recorded in May 2026, which was 6%. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, the performance of the industry subsectors in 2025 showed varied trends. Similarly, manufacturing rose gradually from 251.7 in June 2025 to about 263.7 in November 2025. Then gradually inched up to 260.5 in June 2026. The mining and quarrying subsector also recorded the highest index values, rising from 336.2 in June 2025 to a peak of 366.1 in October 2025, despite a mid-year dip.
You are listening to the Joy Business Report. Now, some small and medium-sized enterprises are the backbone of Ghana's economy, creating jobs, driving innovation, and supporting growth. But behind every successful business is a story of resilience and determination. Today on the Joy Business Van, we bring you the second part of our feature on homegrown retail brand Awenyame, the company behind the Memo shopping malls. Chief Executive Mercy Aduchim reflects on the company's entrepreneurial journey and the challenges. Behind every successful brand are years of tough decisions, bold moves, and lessons from the market. For Awenyame, the journey has been about navigating challenges while building a retail experience customers can trust. Mercy Aduchim is CEO of Awenyame, the company behind Memo shopping malls.
One of the biggest lessons I wish I knew from the start is having a good business structure, guiding myself and my team. We know having a business structure is an essential part of every business group. I did not have this when I started. My advice is simple. Hard work and resilience matter a lot. Starting a business is never easy, so it's important to focus on building the right foundation from the very beginning.
Awenyame has come a long way, but the journey is far from complete. With big ambitions on the horizon, the next chapter could be the most defining one yet. Alright, join us as we continue to trace the journey of Awenyame. Full episode at 1 p.m. right after the Joy Business Report, 5 p.m. on Business Live on the Joy News channel. Before we go look at the markets for you this morning, crude oil selling at $91 a barrel. Winston shaking his head. Gold went up marginally, trading at $4,131 an ounce. Cocoa also going up marginally, trading at $5,607 a ton. On the currency market, the dollar going for 11 cedi 65 pesos. That's what major commercial banks are offering their clients. The euro 13 cedis 30 pesos. The British pound 15 cedis 66 pesos. The forex bureau is quoting the dollar at 12 cedis 25 pesos. More news on our website, myjoyline.com/business. My name is Darryl Crowd. Thanks for listening. The Super Morning Show continues with Winston and the team.
Yeah, Darryl. You know, once fuel prices go up, crude oil prices. It affects everything, you know. And Ghanaian businesses, a businessman is not Father Christmas. So once his cost of production goes up, he will transfer it to you.
Exactly.
And that's why I'm always concerned. And once he transfers it to us and inflation goes up, then the Bank of Ghana would also increase the policy rate. It would affect the Ghana reference rate. It would affect the lending rates. Once it affects the lending rates, that cycle goes on. You see why I'm concerned. Anyway, let's inspire ourselves with one from Dunsin Oyekan.
Okay.
Your Goodness.
Right.
You know that song, Darryl?
I guess so.
Yeah, Pastor Darryl, you should
probably
know.
Would.
Okay, let's listen to this.
For God's sake,
Adenyeku.
And we radiate your love. As we worship and behold your face, the light of your countenance shines on us. And we radiate your love. As we worship and behold your face, the light of your countenance shines on us. And we radiate your love. Your goodness looks good on us. Your goodness is good on us. And we wear your glory. And we wear your glory. Yeah. Your goodness looks good on us. Your goodness looks good on us.
And that's Dunsin Oyekan with Your Goodness. That's our inspirational song for this morning. Good morning, Joseph Akoto Boateng.
Metusala Winston Amoah. Good morning. How are you?
Oh, but why you don't like your name?
I like it, but you won't you accept Metusala?
No, that can't be my name.
We are all from the Bible. What's your problem?
I'm not from the Bible. I don't have a...
I actually think that one of the best things my parents gave me was the name Joseph.
Okay.
I just don't use it a lot, but I believe in what it stands for.
Okay.
Addition, insights, practicality. And so I thank them for giving me the name. Just that if your friend is called Jerry and you mention Joseph a lot, he thinks about something else.
I have a friend called Jerry.
We have a friend called Jerry.
But I'm not sure that Jerry is thinking about Joseph.
And Jerry is a Catholic. He's a cat hunter.
I'm not sure that he's Catholic. No. Oh, Akoto Boateng.
He likes the cat. Yes.
Oh, I like it. Oh God, the number of meanings.
In fact, the best cat hunter I actually know, and he doesn't mind if I mention his name. His name is Emmanuel Danku. Kewas. Kewas for short. Emmanuel Danku, Kewas for short. Charlie, that guy, if I tell him that, you love cat meat, he will prepare cat meat and invite you to his house.
You know what I never knew about those who like to eat cats?
No.
That one of the clever ways that they actually, shall I call it, harvest their meat is that they put Valium in sardine. And then leave it to the cat, and then the cat will come and eat it. And then you just monitor the cat until it gets groggy and falls down somewhere. Then they'll go and harvest.
Oh, really? That's what they do? I didn't know that.
A friend of mine said he did that, and then when they ate the cat, they overdosed the cat. So when they finally killed the cat, he ate the head and ended up sleeping for...
But Katus mitos is one of the best meat you can have. But Kojo, Zed sends a message, okay? Says, good morning, SMS team. Winston, Kojo, and Morning Man. You guys are raising Michael Jackson fans, pal. My 9-year-old boy can't stop singing Just Beat It song in your intro. Great job, Zed. Okay.
And Michael was also a Joseph.
Yeah.
Michael Joseph Jackson.
That's true, yes. Named after his father.
No problem. Yesterday when I got home, my son was watching the funeral of Michael Jackson. I was shocked.
Your son was watching the funeral of Michael Jackson.
He's learning the history of his role model.
No, these days he says it's called Michael Jackson. Anyway, let's get into our fuel tips for today.
Okay, our fuel tip for today. First aid kits should be complete, clean, and known to everyone who may need them. A missing bandage or expired item can delay critical help in an emergency. And readiness always saves time. So stay prepared with Comac.
Very important. Very important.
Yeah, so that's our tip.
Okay, which means we can learn how to say it right.
Brought to us by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana. The future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either. I say either.
How would you pronounce this word? M-A-Y-O-R. Do you say mayor? What about M-A-J-O-R? Yeah, you're not the only one who says major. Well, it's actually major, not major. And it's not mayor, it's mayor. In Ghana, we don't tend to have this problem with words like labor and color that end with O-U-R, but the O-R ending words still seem to come out, well, Nigerian. Those our cousins would happily say sailor and tailor without any hesitation, but we must do better. So, it's major, mayor, sailor, and tailor. Okay? That is how you say it right.
And that's how you say it right. Let me tell you about Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, because look, if you're looking to upgrade your workspace or restock your essentials, Kingdom Books has something special just for you. Come through and enjoy unbeatable deals on all your stationery needs, from notebooks, pens, and printers to school and office supplies. So whether you're a student, teacher, or business owner, they've got something to keep you organized and productive. And that's not all. They have big discounts up to 70%, so bring your family, tell a friend, and don't miss out on these amazing offers at Kingdom Books Yard Sales. Visit Kingdom Books office at Osu from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Kingdom Books Yard Sales, shop smart, save big. For inquiries, call them on 0501 401 050 or 0244 311 955.
And every thriving business started with someone who dared to dream. And as Societe Generale Ghana, we believe those dreams deserve the right support. That's why from now till September, we are helping small and medium-scale enterprises access the financing and banking solutions they need through their SME loans portfolio. So if you're an SME, you're looking for financing, working capital, you are looking for opportunities to deal with your invoicing, you are looking for the Boafo loan to help you support your business growth. You are looking to finance your assets and machinery. Just talk to Societe Generale Bank Ghana. You can visit their website, societegenerale.com.gh, for more information, or you call 0302 214 314 between now and September to learn more about the SME loans. You can also visit any Societe Generale Ghana branch today and ask them to explain all the various solutions they have for you. SG Ghana is here for you if you are running your SME and they want to grow with you. Societe Generale Ghana, the future is you.
Time now for the newspaper review, brought to us by Syntex Tanker, you're stronger, you're tough, and Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, Happy Smile, and then Star Oil, quality and affordable fuel for all.
And I'll start with the Daily Graphic, and this is an issue I've personally been worried about, and we've discussed it at length here. And now we have clarity. No sirens without approval. Cabinet directs MPs, public restricts police escorts. So aside the president and the vice president, practically nobody is supposed to run around the country with sirens.
I don't know about clarity. I mean, there's already a law.
Yes.
And the law states clearly who can use a siren.
Yes.
But now they are saying approval. That means that certain people who may not have been named in the law can still use a siren with approval.
Yes, for example, so one of the issues that Haruna Idrisu, who actually wanted to oppose this, not in its entirety, but wanted it to be amended, said that the Speaker of Parliament, the Chief Justice, were supposed to be added to this.
But
right?
they are not in
But
the
what
law.
the law says is that if you need it, you seek approval from the Minister of Interior.
Is that
So
what
if
the
the
law
Speaker,
says?
yes, that's what at least this interpretation we have. Okay, and so it's clear. So if you're a soldier, you're a fire service person, immigration, all those people, the bullion vans, everybody who tries to push us off the road, the law says you cannot do that. The law says you cannot do that. So it's in the Daily Graphic front page. We'll give you more details of this. Ghana secures deal to reform small-scale mining. And Christ the King School marks 70 years of Catholic education. Assemblies of God Pentecostal Council commiserate with Dabon. And mid-year economic review must focus on revenue mobilization, according to the economists.
The news center for this morning, Parliamentary Committee assesses Gold Board's impact and safe Okada riding fueling brain trauma crisis, according to experts. That's Frank Opoku, who is a neuroscience nurse specialist at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital.
We need to look at that when we have time.
Yes. NPA's failures, contaminated fuel sold to consumers, fuel mixed with water, 87.3 million liters of petrol without NPA quality checks sold to consumers, according to the Auditor General. And Coca picks #1 slot signaling ballot advantage. That's in his quest to become Ashanti Regional Chairman of the NPP. Nearly 1 in 3 Ghanaians living with HIV unaware of status. That's according to the Ghana AIDS Commission.
If you go to
Backpage says banks write off 883.7 million bad loans in 4 months.
If you go to the Daily Guide, Oforiatta still facing criminal charges. This is according to the OSP. The Gold Board Parliament story is also here. NSA under fire over 60 Ghana cedis service allowance deduction. And yesterday on social media, almost everybody who commented about this was unhappy that the NSA is deducting 60 Ghana cedis from the allowances of personnel for capacity building.
Why? Why is it that everybody wants to chop NSA money? Like, why?
Charlie. So those are the stories from the Daily Guide. If you go to the Custodian this morning, we'll fight for justice for Wontumi, Minority Leader vows. NDC fails on senior high school double track, says 2029 to end the system. Banks write off 883.7 million Ghana cedis of bad loans in 4 months, and Wontumi sentence is justice turned upside down. This is according to Upon Nkrumah.
The Business and Financial Times, falling mining prices drag producer inflation to 3.5% in June, and markets to reward fiscal credibility over promises. Jomro Chiefs offer equity option to unlock delayed petroleum hub project, and Absa Bank named Ghana's best retail bank at the Euromoney Awards for Excellence 2026. Government World Gold Council signed deal to tighten gold supply chains, and PwC forecast 12% policy rate, $1 to 13 cedis by 2027. Mid-year budget review, Nkoko Nkete, can a flagship poultry program truly transform the sector? It's interesting.
Is it flagship because it bears the Ghana flag, or is flagship because it's actually changing the sector?
What is your
Kojo, what's the meaning of flagship?
What is your understanding of flagship? No, you Akoto, what's your understanding of flagship?
Because Charlie, if something is flagship, right, it means it's something which is being prioritized, which is seen to have the capacity to change an industry. But Charlie, in this country, we say flagship, we say ultra-modern, we say all sorts of things, which don't mean jack. Sloganeering and branding without development. Anyway, let me go to the Accra Times. Afoko pledges to restore NPP's pro-business identity. That's the big story. And AI transforms, not replaces jobs, according to Unimac IJ Rector.
The Ghanaian publisher, Dami AG clash over Hanan trial, Wuntumi jailed unfairly, minority, and Parliament hails Gold Board's impact. Bagbing orders MPs to get escort approval, all on the front page of the Ghanaian publisher, which means we can go online now. The online news review brought to us by Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
And imagine paying for Netflix and your subscriptions, shopping online or booking travel, all with one secure card that lives on your phone. That's the Zenith virtual card from Zenith Bank. It's instant, it's secure, and it's designed for your lifestyle. Embrace a smarter way to pay online. Create your card today via the Z mobile app, Zenith Internet Banking, or USSD *966 hash. The Zenith virtual card, no plastic, more convenience. For more information, visit zenithbank.com.gh. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Before we get to myjoyonline.com, I am just checking the weather, and I realize that this morning there's a chance of some slight rain, with temperatures at 24.4 degrees Celsius. So in Accra. So please, let's all be minded. Okay.
There was a delicate drizzle when I was on my way to work. So yeah.
Reverend Steve Nakotekwa Winston.
You remember Kwarudu?
No, I only remember Reverend
He
Nakotekwa.
preceded Reverend Nyakutekwa.
They also here, but to sell our next.
But I mean, that was system anymore. Kwarudu. When we were kids, yes.
Let's go to my Joy Online. False news publication law. Both NDC and MPP use arrest to energize their bases. This is Adaudu. And Victor Adaudu says, don't rush to scrap it. He's defending the criminal offense conduct law. 4.2 million Ghana cedis deducted from National Service Personnel allowances for now suspended training program. And overzealous pleas behind most offensive conduct arrest. This is NDC lawyer Victor Adaudu speaking. Miracles Abuaji disputes 55 million Ghana cedi claim in Ioko probe, and Yamin and Abanga probe over alleged Galamsey links still ongoing. This is Dr. Sremsai speaking. Bagbin directs MPs to comply as government bans unauthorized sirens and police escorts. And 9 weeks after IMF exit, government is back for 1 billion Ghana cedis in $1 billion in loans. This is upon Kroma questioning the government's fiscal strategy.
Now, the bit about Bagbin. Okay, so I look at Regulation 74 of LI 2180. That's our motor traffic regulations. A person who drives a motor vehicle shall ensure that a motor vehicle is fitted with an efficient electric or pneumatic horn, or with a bulb horn, which gives out a single note when the bulb is pressed. And now it says, 2, sub-regulation, to a person shall not fit on a motor vehicle a warning appliance other than a type approved by the licensing authority. Despite sub-regulation 1, a siren or bell may be fitted as a warning appliance and used on the following classes of vehicles. A, government vehicle used for official purposes by the head of state. B, a police vehicle. 3, a motor vehicle used by the fire service. D, a motor vehicle used as an ambulance by a hospital or clinic. E, a motor vehicle used by other recognized government security agencies. And F, a bullion vehicle registered by the licensing authority. A person who contravenes this regulation commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of not more than 25 penalty units or to a term of imprisonment of not more than 30 days or to both.
So does it say anywhere that you can go for authorization if you don't fall into these categories? You can go for authorization to use a siren.
I didn't read that.
Okay. Because that's what I mean when I say that it's not clarity, it's obfuscation. They are rather, creating the opportunity for people who the law doesn't provide for to also end up using sirens.
Even with the other security agencies, I think the law should also be clear
on which other ones.
When they are going, when in their line of duty. Because if you drive, say, a fire service Pajero, and you are just going home, or you are moving from home to the office,
you are going to buy wachi,
and you switch on. And I meet some of these vehicles: immigration, fire service, even the military. If you have to get to work at 8, and you know traffic will take 2 hours of your time, you leave home at 6.
Yeah.
You don't put on your siren and tell the rest of us who managed to leave home early to leave the road for you to get to work.
I've seen a police pickup with canopies loaded into it, and the siren is on.
Yeah,
they have a canopy emergency.
So I love that cabinet has given instructions to the executive that they should not abuse. They should actually comply with the law. So if you're a minister, if you're an MP, so Parliament has also informed MPs that they cannot do that.
My question is that because what the new directive is that you should seek approval, then you can use the siren.
Because that part, let me read the attempt to arrest this instrument. Prior to the LI being laid by the minister, the former minority leader, Harun Idrisu, told the House that he would want to arrest the laying of the instrument before it became a law after 21 days. He said from the copies of the instrument he had seen, the Speaker of Parliament and the Chief Justice had been taken off the list of officials.
Yeah.
And according to him, assuming there's a crisis in Ghana and that the President has to be sworn in and the Speaker has to be taken from one place to another, by this provision, the Speaker is not entitled to a motorcade or police accompanying siren. And he said, in his view, it was wrong for the number 3 to be out of the privilege of those allowed to use a motorcade.
Right.
And he also mentioned the Chief Justice. So, yeah, when it comes to some of these things, you would also need to make provisions for.
I think what he's saying basically, there are instances that the police give people escorts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, I was going home. I'll give you an example. And there's this unregistered F-150 truck on the Adenta Road with a police dispatch rider in front of him. Ping, ping, ping. Unregistered.
Good. So the truth is that currently I've seen former speakers of Parliament they actually go to Parliament in a convoy. Okay. With dispatch riders and all of that. Okay. I think that, look, Charlie. And I saw Dampare as IGP leave home early and go to work.
Sit in traffic. Yeah.
When there's an emergency, fine. That's one. But aside that, what else? That's why it's an emergency.
Yeah.
But in Ghana, once you put emergency, every day will be emergency. It's like the man who says that I drink occasionally, but just that the occasions come often.
Plus, let's also draw a distinction between a police escort and putting a siren in your vehicle.
Yeah.
Police escort. Police vehicles already have the authorization to have sirens, so that's a separate matter. But putting a siren in your own vehicle when you are, say, an MP, right? What I am gleaning from this new directive is that if you're an MP, you can now go to, say, the Interior Minister and get authorization to have a siren in your vehicle as an MP, right? And my question is that what the original law said? Does the original law or any of the allies, does it allow for you to go and get authorization to then have a siren in your car if you don't already belong to the list that the law has created?
Okay, so that was the online news review brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest. Let's get into the details of the newspaper stories now.
Yes, I'll bring you the big story from the Daily Guide. NSA under fire over 60 Ghana City service allowance deduction. Ebenezer Kiamponsa writes that the National Service Authority, NSA, has come under intense criticism over the controversial 60 Ghana cedi monthly deductions from the allowances of personnel to fund a purported capacity building program. The 60 Ghana cedis is about 8.5% of the allowances of the personnel.
Jesus.
Now, thousands of personnel have raised concerns over a compulsory 180 Ghana cedi fee deducted in 3 monthly installments of 60 for a capacity building program organized by the National Service Personnel Association in partnership with Zeus Atlas Limited without their consent. The service
You have to prove the NASPA executives.
Yes.
Not just them.
And the
National Service Authority.
People at the authority who also approved this.
Precisely. Because this was supposed to be deducted at a controller and accountant general's level, right? That can only be done with authorization from National Service Authority.
Yeah. National Service.
Hey,
I am happy.
Everybody wants to chop money there. Why?
I am happy that these personnel have voiced out their concerns. Yes, Kojo, you want to make a point?
Yes, I wanted to give you some angles, some other angles with this story. When the deputy director spoke to Joy News, deputy director of the National Service Authority, Lieutenant Colonel Moses Bengu, he said that the authority did not sanction the deductions and clarified that the initiative originated from NASPA.
So how was controller going to deduct it? If the authority did not sanction it, how was controller going to deduct it?
And now we've been told that the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment and the NSA board have suspended the capacity building agreement by NASPA with Zeus something.
Sad one. But the story here, and we'll get back to this, unsafe Okada riding fueling brain trauma crisis expert. We're told that Ghana is facing a growing public health emergency as unsafe commercial motorcycle and tricycle operations continue to fuel a sharp rise in traumatic brain injuries, with young people paying the highest price through death, permanent disability, and lifelong neurological complications. Now, the warning comes from Franco Poku, neuroscience nurse specialist at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, who's raised alarm over what he describes as a silent epidemic of brain trauma linked to the increasing use of commercial motorcycles, probably known as Okada, tricycles, that's Pragia, across the country. Marking this year's World Brain Day on July, in July, Mr. Poku said that while brain health has become a global priority, Ghana must urgently confront one of the country's most overlooked causes of neurological injury: unsafe commercial motorcycle transport. He warned that unless decisive action is taken, the country's healthcare system, economy, and thousands of families would continue to bear the devastating consequence of preventable traumatic brain injuries. And traumatic brain injury, he says, remains one of the leading causes of disability and death amongst young people. Yet many of these injuries are entirely preventable. And he talks about how they should be wearing helmets, the non-compliance worsening the injuries.
Guys, a couple of weeks ago I was involved in an accident.
Yeah.
Sadly, it was a fatal accident. Somebody died. So I ended up spending quite some time engaging the Nungwa police. And the MTTD unit there showed me something that chilled me to the bone. They took me around to the back of the police station. And Churchill, a space that was about 100 square feet, was filled with motorbikes, piled on top of one another. My eyes, my estimate would have been perhaps about 150 motorbikes. And the MTTD lady told me that every single motorbike belonged to someone who's dead. And these people died since December because that space was emptied in December. So this pile that I was looking at, they only started building that pile from December till now. All dead. One police station.
The BBC News returns tomorrow, brought to us by Fidelity Bank, Believe With Us, Glyco, we cushion you for life, and Oba Spaghetti. Kojo, yesterday while I was going home, around GBC, now this vehicle wanted to, turn. So, there's a U-turn there. And there was a motor behind the vehicle. And all of a sudden, this rider hits the vehicle and gets into my lane. I was driving, I think, about 30 to 40. So I quickly applied my brakes. And, fortunately for both of us, I didn't, hit the rider. But imagine, and sometimes, imagine if I were speeding. I probably would not be here today, because then you'd have to go to the police station and be going through processes.
Yeah.
And so it's good we're talking about this. And look, people should wear helmets. There are a lot of areas where you go. Whenever I go to the farm, I see the police on the road, inspecting motor riders with helmets and all of that. Because in Japan, it's an enclave. Unfortunately, Okada is a booming business.
What I don't understand is the recklessness with which these riders continue to ply the roads. Like, don't they know that they are the number one casualties in accidents? Don't they know that they are the ones most at risk? They are the endangered species of traffic accidents. Don't they know? So how are they so comfortable weaving around through traffic without a care in the world, when every minute one of them is dying? Hey! We need to do something. I mean, honestly, at this point, it's beyond education. It's one of those problems. I don't think these people are doing this because they don't know. I mean, no, they must know. So what is it that is making them take such a risk with their lives?
Yeah. Anyway, let me bring you some more stories. Page 13 of the Daily Graphic. Mid-year economic review must focus on revenue mobilization. This is according to some economists that the Daily Graphic spoke to. Prof. Boateng is one of them. And there are other economists that the Daily Graphic spoke to. Now, Ghana, Burkina Faso reopen egg tomato trade. We are told that Ghana and Burkina Faso have agreed to immediately resume the export of Ghanaian eggs to Burkina Faso and the importation of tomatoes from Burkina Faso into Ghana in a major breakthrough in strengthening bilateral trade between the two countries.
Hooray for cross-border Kosia.
Yes. So Kosia will go to Burkina, and in toast will come to Ghana.
So the good thing is that, for many of the producers of eggs around the Doma areas who are complaining, Charlie, this is good news. Okay,
the market opening up for them.
Yes. I saw a video of Tinubu saying we kill our cows and even eat the skin. That's in reference to Nigeria. Yeah. What do we produce and export to other countries? We must do that. We need to go for a quick break. We'll return with sports and birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show. Stay with us.
Colgate Herbal combines eucalyptus.
The former finance minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, a month ago secured a major legal victory in the United States after an immigration judge granted him a change in his immigration status, finding that the material presented before the court did not establish that he had committed the serious crimes alleged by Ghana's Office of the Special Prosecutor, or for short, let me say the OSP. The ruling, which has now become public, is one of the most consequential developments in Ofori-Atta's legal battle since he left Ghana for medical treatment. The hearing was not a criminal trial, and the court was not deciding whether Ken Ofori-Atta was guilty or innocent of the charges he faces in Ghana. Instead, the judge had to determine whether the evidence presented met the legal threshold under U.S. immigration law to deny him immigration relief on the grounds that he had committed a serious non-political crime. As a hearing both sides, the judge concluded that it did not. So, what convinced the judge? Essential issues throughout the proceedings was the evidence, or according to the court, the lack of it. Although the Office of the Special Prosecutor had announced investigations and filed criminal charges against Ken Ofori-Atta in Ghana, Immigration Judge David Gardy noted that no evidence from those criminal proceedings had been placed before the court to support the allegations. The court repeatedly distinguished between allegations and proof, making it clear that accusations alone were insufficient to deny immigration protection. The judge's assessment closely mirrored one of the defense's central central argument that despite months of investigations and public announcements, the OSP had yet to place evidence before a court in Accra linking Ken Ofori-Atta to the alleged offences. The hearing also examined the controversial Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited, or let me say SML contract. Rather than relying solely on the allegations, the court reviewed the KPMG audit report commissioned by the government of Ghana. The judge also noted that while the report identified procurement and governance weaknesses and recommended reforms, it did not conclude that Ken Ofori-Atta had committed fraud, corruption, or personally benefited from the contract. Extradition also became a major issue during the hearing. Government lawyers argued that Ghana intended to extradite Ken Ofori-Atta and urged the court to take that into account in deciding his immigration case. However, the judge noted that no evidence of a formal extradition request had been placed before the court. Without such evidence, the court declined to treat the alleged extradition as a basis for denying Ken Ofori-Atta immigration relief. Instead, the judge confined his analysis to the evidence properly before the court and whether it established that Ken Ofori-Atta had committed a serious non-political crime under U.S. immigration law. Politics also became a significant part of the hearing. Ken Ofori-Atta's legal team argued that prosecuting the former finance minister had become a campaign promise during the 2024 general election. According to the defense, public statements made before the change of government showed that Ken Ofori-Atta had been politically targeted long before criminal proceedings were initiated. The judge considered those submissions as part of the broader context, but ultimately based his decision on the legal standard before the court, whether there was sufficient evidence to establish probable cause that Ken Ofori-Atta had committed a serious non-political crime. The answer, according to the court, was no. That finding ultimately paved way for Ken Ofori-Atta to receive a change in his immigration status. Nevertheless, it is important to understand what this ruling does and does not mean. The U.S. immigration judge did not acquit Ken Ofori-Atta, dismiss the criminal case in Ghana, or determine whether the Office of the Special Prosecutor will ultimately prove its allegations before a Ghanaian court. Those issues remain for Ghana's justice system. What the U.S. court did decide was narrower but significant. After examining the evidence presented during the immigration proceedings, the judge found that the legal threshold required to deny Ken Ofori-Atta immigration relief had not been met. For Ken Ofori-Atta, it is a significant legal victory in the United States. For the OSP, the criminal proceedings in Ghana continue. And for Ghanaians watching the case unfold, the ruling offers a rare glimpse into how an independent foreign court assessed the evidence placed before it, while making clear that the final determination of the criminal allegations remains for Ghana's courts.
Mr. Davis, I want to believe that you've chanced upon this response from the OSP, have you?
Yes, I have read it.
Good. So the OSP says that the U.S. Immigration Court did not determine your client's guilt or innocence. Agree with them?
So, but who has said so? You see, the Office of the Special Prosecutor should always pay attention to detail and stop this panic, knee-jerk reaction. It doesn't do the office anything. Now, listen to me. Listen to me. I think the OSP should be interested in what happened in the court. If I were him, I would consult my principal, the Attorney General, and inquire from the Attorney General what material was put forth by the representative from the Department of Justice when they appeared before the Immigration Court. The proceedings were not held in a vacuum. It is clearly legal absurdity for the Office of the Special Prosecutor to put forth such a statement. Is he trying to suggest that the decision was made in a vacuum without any material before the judge? Now the judge has come to a conclusion based upon the material placed before him. Whether or not that is going to absorb Ken Ofori-Atta from criminal prosecution is neither here nor there, and nobody has said so. I repeat, nobody has said so. All right? Now, it is in clear defiance of common sense and logic for the special prosecutor to suggest that with the load of material before the judge, whether he was sitting as a criminal court judge or an immigration judge, is neither here nor there. He is literate in law. He's a judge. Well, what can I say? Those of us on this side of the table can override this law. We've always maintained that we will be guided by due process and the rule of law. And that is what has been our cornerstone all this while in respect of this matter involving Kenneth. Now, there was an application for an adjustment of his immigration status, yes. And it was before an immigration judge, yes. But that does not take away the fact that the immigration judge is also literate in law. He is not an innocent bystander. He is also very, very literate in law. Now, when the hearing took place, there was a representation from the Department of Justice. I think the lawyer's name was one Anderson, whatever. And then Ken also had representation. There was a full hearing before the immigration judge. They all put forth the material evidence to necessitate a ruling one way or the other. I wasn't in court, but I'm privy to what happened. All right? Now, the material that the representative from the Department of Justice put before the judge in opposition to the application request by Kenneth is what the judge made copious reference to. And the judge, before his ruling, made this cardinal observation. I'll paraphrase what he said. He said he is well skilled in analyzing documents of the nature presented before him in relation to criminal wrongdoing and other matters involving corruption and malfeasance and misappropriation. Well, what can I say? Those of us on this side of the table can override this law. We've always maintained that we will be guided by due process and the rule of law. And that is what has been our cornerstone all this while in respect of this matter involving Kenneth. Now, there was an application for an adjustment of his immigration status, yes. And it was before an immigration judge, yes. But that does not take away the fact that the immigration judge is also literate in law. He is not an innocent bystander. He is also very, very literate in law. Now, when the hearing took place, there was a representation from the Department of Justice. I think the lawyer's name was one Anderson, whatever. And then Ken also had representation. There was a full hearing before the immigration judge. They all put forth the material evidence to necessitate a ruling one way or the other. I wasn't in court, but I'm privy to what happened. All right? Now, the material that the representative from the Department of Justice put before the judge in opposition to the application request by Kenneth is what the judge made copious reference to. And the judge, before his ruling, made this cardinal observation. I'll paraphrase what he said. He said he is well skilled in analyzing documents of the nature presented before him in relation to criminal wrongdoing and other matters involving corruption and malfeasance and misappropriation or embezzlement.
The minority will do whatever is lawfully and properly within its power through Parliament and through public advocacy to see that justice is done and that the defects which have robbed the judgment of its legitimacy are corrected. 4 serious defects run through this case, and each deserves nation's full attention. First, the denial of a counsel of choice we understand that judgment was delivered despite the absence of Chairman Wintume's lead counsel, whose office had notified the court of a prior professional engagement abroad. Second, the refusal to refer serious constitutional questions to the Supreme Court. The trial judge decided for herself that Section 99 2B of the Minerals and Mining Act was, in her own words, clear and unambiguous. Third, and perhaps most vulnerable of all on the law, is how the court pierced Akoto Mining Limited's corporate veil to convict Chairman Wintume personally. The judgment convicted Wintume and the company separately on separate counts, using reasoning that treats them as one and the same. A court cannot dissolve a company to convict the man. Fourth, selective justice. In July of last year, the Attorney General directed an investigation into the NDC's own national organizer, Mr. Joseph Yami, and its vice chairman, Mr. Yakubu Abanga, over allegations of illegal mining. Months later, there is no comparable update on charges or trial dates. The government member of parliament has publicly acknowledged overseeing a mining site taken over from its lawful owners with no prosecution to date. And an between us if you just hold my hand. I can tell that you're tired of being lonely. Take my hand, don't let go, baby, hold me. Come to me and let me be your one and only. That you're tired of being lonely. Take my hand, don't let go, baby, hold me. Come to me and let me be your one and only. So we make it all right till the morning. Hold my hand, baby, I promise that things will get better if you just.
Yeah, and that's Hold My Hand, Michael Jackson and Akon with that one. Hey, Charlie, Michael Jackson songs plenty like that this morning. Why? Akoto Boateng, DJ Agric.
This one is DJ Obeti.
DJ Obeti.
I love it.
But let me say good morning to George Quay. He's getting ready for Guyana's Pound of Flesh.
Oh, yeah.
Which is Africa's first adaptation of William Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. This one, dear, I'll go and watch some. I'll go and watch it on the 8th of August, I think. So, yeah, 8th of August works for me. So, George Quay, I'll see you. But in case you've not gotten your ticket, please make sure you do. Akoto, it's only 200 Ghana cedis at Image Bureau GH. Make sure you get it. But this morning, we'll be joined shortly by, George Wiafe. Tomorrow, Finance Minister Ato Forson goes to Parliament, presents the mid-year review of the budget. Now, this is a prescription of our laws. Go there, tell us how the economy is going. But also, if there's a need, to seek more funds or probably do other things, you would tell us. So George is here, and I know he's been picking one or two things about what's going to happen. George, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
How are you doing?
God is still taking good care of his children.
So tomorrow, mid-year review of the 2026 budget. What are you picking up?
I don't know whether earlier you were trying to give some background, which I think is very, 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 very critical, because the Financial Administration Act actually requires the minister that by the mid of every fiscal year or every year, because the budget is presented, maybe is it the November before that actual financial year, he's working with data that might not be full year. So he's working with data, I think, ending September or something. So getting into that actual financial year, things might have changed. Now, if you're working with data ending September, that might have influenced your targets when it comes to revenue, when it comes to expenditure, when it comes to growth, when it even comes to inflation. So having had about a full 6 months in that fiscal year, you are required to come back to the House. They give you the approval when it comes to the total appropriation and come and update the House on these estimates that were announced in November. And Winston, that is basically why he's required to come to the House and do this thing. What has happened over the years is that because, again, that presentation is done maybe 2 months to the end of the year, there have been instances where government didn't get the projection right when it comes to expenditure and revenue. Sometimes some have come in right, and that's why you may even see sometimes where there is a supplementary budget being presented where the revenue is not doing that well and you want to revise some of the tax rates, and that is why a mid-year has moved away from that traditional presentation of just updating us on the estimates to sometimes expecting something new. There's a talk about government, how they have stabilized the economy, and going forward, how they're able to sustain that gain. And that is why there are some indications that the minister might present a document or outline a policy where he calls this new economic policy in terms of how government is going to work to sustain the gain. Because sometimes it is not just about the talk, but some policy document that is supposed to guide the stability that we've experienced over the past 6 months. And therefore, there's a likelihood that he would present what he calls this new economic policy document.
The new economic policy, before you continue, George, if you know, what is it hinged on?
It's hinged on what they've already done. So it's not new as in a new, fresh document, but should we have a document that would guide what we've done over the past 6 months in terms of building on what we have chalked over the past 6 months? So if it's the area of revenue, how do we make some gains in that area of revenue? There have been some challenges, but again, when you speak to government officials and those who are working on this document, the argument is that some of these measures are medium to long term, and therefore we shouldn't expect that immediately the revenue numbers will improve. Because if you're not going out to borrow, if you're just doing treasury bills, then you need to improve significantly when it comes to revenue collections. And that is why all these policy measures and directions that he is likely to outdoor will give us some indication on how they are working to close the gap, raise more revenue, those existing policy measures that announced last year, how that can improve revenue. Again, in the area of expenditure as well, there is going to be talk about how government would want to highlight how they've been able to contain expenditure in terms of spending prudently in certain critical sectors of the economy. But there are some who also argue that is government really spending? What is there to celebrate when it comes to the fiscal consolidation measures? Well, government is insisting that if your revenue is not doing that well, or again, if you want to ensure that the spending is well targeted to stimulate the right growth, then you have to look at how you can contain expenditure. And therefore, it is critical that he comes out to talk about some of these things when it comes to how they've been very prudent in spending. That is why we are not seeing those huge overruns, or maybe let's say deficit, even when you look at data ending maybe even June or even April this year, Winston.
Okay. Well, thank you, George. It will be important to know what will be contained in the new economy document that the finance minister would likely present tomorrow to Parliament. It's also important to understand the sort of consultations that may have been done, because currently there's a lot of talk about ownership of all the things that we want to. There should be a buy-in of the population. But yesterday, a lot happened in Parliament. Kojo Ashanti is here. Kojo Ashanti, can you hear me?
Oh, you're calling me?
Yes.
No, where is that Kojo Ashanti? I didn't think.
Or should I call you Bismarck? Bismarck Owusu Asante?
It's okay.
Oh, you're okay. Bismarck Owusu Asante.
It's okay, Papa Winston.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, yesterday, nearly $1 billion loans were approved by Parliament. 500 million to fix feeder roads and rural roads, the roads leading to markets and other places. They're talking about people like Kojo Akoto from the farm gate ensuring that the produce actually are carted on good routes to the markets and into the city center. So $500 million worth of loan from the World Bank was approved on that. There was also $300 million. And the president has been speaking in recent times about dealing with the double track system, and they say that one of the reasons is because of infrastructural challenges in a lot of senior high school. And so $300 million has now been approved. It's also a World Bank facility, a concessionary loan to improve infrastructure in senior high school, and also to bridge the gap between the so-called category A schools and the B's and C's. I went to category B school, and the infrastructure gap between me and, let's say, Presec, I live close to Presec, and I see every now and then there's some building coming up, So $300 million to ensure that schools like mine and underserved schools across the country get some uplift. You went to OMSU, right? I mean, Mauli School, that's a category C school. You're going to get some facilities.
A school.
No. Mauli is category C. I just checked the list before. It's category C. Mauli is category C.
Let's say the truth. Okay, you're on the Super Morning Show here.
No, Mauli, I checked it. I checked it.
Please,
Mauli is Mauli go to
category A school.
Oh, okay.
Get that into your thick head. Now continue.
Okay. So schools like that, clearly struggling with the infrastructure deficit are going to get some uplift. And then I think the Ghana Statistical Service also got some $22 million loan approved to also, in terms of the data they will be able to gather and all of that. The minority were generally not opposed, but they raised concerns, particularly relating to what he said. The government is misusing the revenue it is raising. It is, instead of spending it on, according to Kojo Nkrumah, on productive sectors, they're using it to show up the city, for instance, and then going back to borrow from the World Bank and all of that. And they're also warning that perhaps government's appetite for borrowing is coming back on the back of a successful IMF program we've just exited, and now government is back on the international market. The government explains through the Deputy Finance Minister, Thomas Ampemnyako, was on the floor that, listen, these are loans with very flexible terms and interest and all of that, and they're going to be used for exactly the purpose for which they've been contracted, particularly when it comes to the road sector. So a lot of them, all of them were dealt with. There were questions, obviously, on illegal mining that were answered, and now today they are just going to prepare for the Finance Minister's arrival to deliver the media budget statement tomorrow. To members of parliament. So that was the lowdown in parliament.
Your friend Komana Kruche has a message for you. So when you finish, come and read it.
Oh, so you also went to a category C school? I know. Yeah.
Oh, Koko Ashanti. Anyway, thank you very much. And so in parliament, $300 million for infrastructure within the educational sector. That's good. And $500 million for our roads. I saw Akoto Boateng smiling.
I'm smiling because I don't know if you've seen the Ghana Infrastructure Report Card for 2026. The Ghana Institution of Engineering did this. The first time they did that was in 2016. And the overall score for our infrastructure is grade D3. That is 2.83 out of a possible 5.0. And if you look at the Infrastructure Report Card, a lot of things are not right. For example, we need an additional 1 million desks in our schools, basic schools, 1 million. So how is the budget going to solve these problems? When it comes to roads, for example, our roads, only about 50% of our roads are in a proper state, really. Okay, and if I go into detail to break down the analysis they've done,
you know what I want us to do?
They've done a lot of good work on water, for example. Only 50% of water produced by Ghana Water actually is revenue water.
Do you know what I want us to do?
So many problems.
Hold on to this. We'll come back and talk extensively about it. Now that Kojo Ashanti has brought that information to us. Still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM in Ghana. Let's talk water tanks now. And I'm sure by now you know the secret to real water storage. It's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then you know that's not the correct tank. Because the tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is the champion of water tanks. Strong, durable, and built to handle our Ghanaian weather. So rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So when people go outside, check your tank. And if it doesn't have the tortoise on it, then you know it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex family today and enjoy water storage that's tough like a tortoise. Call 0244-335-168 to buy now or find one of our 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tanker, you're strong, you're tough.
And Heritage Christian University is located in Amasaman behind the Olympic Stadium. And at Heritage, you are assured of values-driven education that prepares you for the world of work and challenges you. And Heritage basically challenges you to turn ideas into businesses that feed families and employ communities. Admission is in progress for their wide range of undergraduate and graduate programs. So you can call them on 0547 777731. This number is simple, 0547 777731. Or you visit hcu.edu.gh for more information. Heritage Christian University, educating compassionate entrepreneurial leaders.
So it's 2026, and I have a genuine question. Do you still drive to town and get security men sometimes annoy you on where to park, join a queue at a banking hall just to do something that takes 2 minutes on your phone? Okay? Well, the CalBank app does everything. I mean, everything. Send money in seconds, pay all your bills, buy airtime, check your balance, all in one place, right from your phone, at any time of the day or night. No queue, no waiting. The CalBank app genuinely fits into the gaps within your day. So do yourself a real favor, download the CalBank app today on the App Store or Google Play Store and see what simplified banking actually feels like. CalBank, forward together.
And Oya Bus Ride is helping you book your rides in the comfort of your home or your office. No station stress, no unnecessary hassle, just convenient travel designed around you. And they've started running between Accra and Kumasi. So just download the Oya Bus Ride app today on Google Play Store or the App Store and discover why your journey should begin on your phone. Oya Bus Ride, no giddy giddy. Oya, let's go.
And from now to the end of October 2026, Bank of Africa is offering short-term loans at very slim rates. I like the slim rate to salaried workers.
Slim as Koko Asante.
They understand you have urgent needs to sort out, and that's why they give you that quick turnaround time. So whether it's school fees, prospectus, car maintenance, or that much-deserved family vacation, Bank of Africa will sort you out fast. Visit the nearest branch or chat Fafa at boaghana.com to sign up. You may also WhatsApp 0244-338-226 for inquiries. Sometimes all you need is a quick fix. Bank of Africa, strong as a group, as close as a partner. And your security starts with you. If you don't share it, they can't have it. Shine your eyes. This is a fraud alert by Bank of Africa in partnership with the Ghana Association of Banks.
And Valex Lease Equip Limited is Ghana's leading photocopier leasing company. You don't need to find money to buy the photocopier upfront. You can lease from Valex and you pay as you copy or print. Or you design your own payment plan with Valex Lease. So, and when you do that, you enjoy free toners, cartridges, free repairs, free maintenance, follow me printing, centralized monitoring of all staff, and nationwide coverage. So forget about the unnecessary expensive gimmicks and save yourself over 60% on cost. So visit them, valexlease.com. That's their website. And they have presence in all the 16 regions of Ghana. You can also call them on 0244-644048. That's 0244-644048. And it's a wholly owned Ghanaian company. So if you patronize their services, you're supporting the indigenous economy. Valex Lease, affordable document management solutions.
And look, I'm sure you've heard about the incredible benefits of Exilium from TotalEnergies. Let me tell you more about this premium fuel with its amazing 3-in-1 power. Because Exilium new formula, the additive enriched fuel with its powerful 3-in-1 action, it cleans your engine, extends its life, and lowers your fuel consumption. Thanks to the cumulative effect of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear, and detergent additives, Exilium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing CO2 emissions. So you drive, sir. Experience the difference with TotalEnergies Exilium new formula. Choose Exilium. Choose quality.
And Franco Trading is your leading mobile phone accessories and electronic retail outlet. You can buy your Nokia, Samsung, iPhones, smart TVs, Franco air conditioners, chest freezers, gas and electric stoves, and a whole lot of other things from Franco. And the good news is that if you buy online, you get up to 40% discount on their digital platform. So download their Franco Trading app. It's called Franco on Google Play Store, or you visit their website, francotrading.com. You can also call them on 0246422338. Franco, still, phone papa fee.
And your salary deserves better, so switch to Fidelity Bank today and enjoy amazing benefits, lower interest rates, higher loan amounts, personalized financial support, and a smile that lasts. It's time to switch and smile wider with Fidelity Bank. To learn more, call them on 0800 003355 or visit fidelitybank.com.gh or connect with them on social media at Fidelity Bank GH. Fidelity Bank, believe with us.
And if you are planning a trip abroad, don't wait until you are stranded in a foreign country. Talk to Glyco and get Glyco travel insurance before you fly. From medical emergencies and flight delays to lost luggage, Glyco has you covered every step of the way. So visit any Glyco Live branch or you call them on 0555 305 547. Travel smart, travel protected. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
So I'm smiling because someone just shared with me, while Kwekwe was talking about category A and B schools, the Ministry of the GES document on, schools that you can select, category A schools, B schools. But the question, that's someone I went to Maoli School with, Lillian, says, why select 8 good schools just to attend one? In our time, it was 3 actually. Select 3 schools to attend one. At some point, they toyed with the idea of just one school. Now it's 8. So, Kwekwe, come, I will show you, what you need to know. But folks, stay with us. We'll return after these messages with sports and birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show.
DC Member of Parliament charged over an anti-Galamsey clash was granted bail within days. This pattern, taken together, sustains a reasonable perception that the machinery of the state moves fastest and lands hardest when it is pointed at the political opposition. A government serious about ending selective justice must prosecute its own with the same vigor it has shown here.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me be transparent about why we ventured down this path in the first place. In December of last year, the National Executive Council, that is the regional president the regional president across the country, across the 16 regions, deliberated extensively on a singular question: what happens to our colleagues after service year? We see the harrowing statistics for youth unemployment in this country. We see brilliant young graduates returning home with certificates but no employment, or better still, no practical skills to compete in a harsh job market. And we are not new to this. Most of our service personnel out there, they are being sent on errands. At the end of the day, they don't acquire any skills at where they are being deployed at. And most of them especially do not even know how to use common Microsoft tools such as Word or PowerPoint and Excel. So these are reasons why Council came together to make sure that this program take place. It was out of genuine concern for our post-service welfare that we conceptualized the capacity building program. The capacity building program was conceived with one clear objective: to equip national service personnel with practical, industry-relevant skills that would improve their employability and competitiveness after national service. We wanted to give you a competitive edge. We wanted you to walk out of your service year not just with a certificate, but with coding skills, digital marketing expertise, entrepreneurship, acumen, and practical crafts that make you invaluable to the job market or provide options for the path after service year. Following extensive deliberations, the National Executive Council, the association's second highest decision-making body, approved the introduction of the program in December last year. I should also provide some important context. This initiative was not conceived in a vacuum. The previous administration of NASFA in 2024 piloted a similar capacity building program for personnel in Greater Accra region. Only the pilot yielded positive feedback and demonstrated the genuine need for such training among service personnel. It was on the strength of the pilot's success that we believed it was wise to upscale the program to a nationwide level. Following the approval of the initiative, NASFA entered into a contractual agreement with Zeus Atlas Limited to organize and deliver the nationwide training program. To clarify, in pursuit of its mandate, as an autonomous body, NASFA reserves the right to independently enter into a contractual agreement with any entity towards a productive goal, without the involvement or oversight of the National Service Authority. As such, this agreement was executed solely between NASPA and Youth Atlas Limited. Management
Super Morning Show brought to us by MTN. Everywhere you go. At Bank of Africa BOA Pay from Bank of Africa offers a hassle-free solution for fee collection and other payments. Call us or chat Fafa at boaghana.com for details. Bank of Africa, strong as a group, as close as a partner. And Franco Trading Enterprise, still phone Papa Perfie. Today is the 50th birthday of Clara Nora Kojo at Ebenezer Methodist Church, Community 20 Lashibi, with love from Nanaya Echa Aqua. Who was celebrating the birthday today?
Charlie, yesterday.
Happy birthday to, I'm so sorry.
Go ahead, Kojo.
Happy birthday to Miguel Educhum, my absolute mate. And that's it from me.
Yesterday was Abraham Ohinijan's birthday.
Oh, OM.
Yes, OM. B-O-M, Charlie. Belated one to you. He's a legend of the industry. Abraham, belated happy birthday to you.
And this one says, belated happy birthday to Beatrice Hemming of National Communications Authority. Yesterday was your birthday. May the Lord Almighty protect and bless you. I pray for long life, and it's from Beatrice in Ashoman Estate. Okay, so let's get into the Sports Center now. It's proudly brought to us by MTN. Switch to MTN's eSIM. Download my MTN app to go seamless today. Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. And DSTV, your home of entertainment and high-sense everyday prices for everyday people.
And for over 130 years, Standard Chartered Bank has been more than a bank. They've been a partner in progress. They've helped to establish Ghana's financial system. They've helped generations grow and protect their wealth. And today they are standing on 130 years of heritage, and they are calling you, come and let's work together. Let's use our 130 years of expertise to drive cross-border connections for you, support your financial and wealth aspirations, and to sustainably impact communities. Standard Chartered is here for good.
Late entry. No, I think I missed it. This one says, happy birthday to Mrs. Franklina Barnes from your husband, Ransford Barnes of Republic Bank, and your daughters, Passion Barnes at Holy Child School in Cape Coast, Christabel Barnes at the Ghana National College in Cape Coast, and Nanama Barnes, Young Executive School in Kaswa. But look, MTN just brought the prices down and the speeds up on the MTN Fiber for home, and your whole household is about to feel it. Movie nights that don't buffer, school assignments that get submitted on time, work calls that don't drop, and your side hustle running smoothly in the background. 3 unlimited speed tiers, one amazing network. Now you can enjoy 100 megabits per second for 299 Ghana cedis, 300 megabits per second for 444 Ghana cedis, and 500 megabits per second for 999 all per month. Pick what fits your home. No data caps, no slowdowns, just fiber built on real life. MTN Fiber for home. Your speed, your home, your choice. Only MTN. Everywhere you go.
If you want to buy TVs, refrigerators, chest freezers, air conditioners, and gas cookers, washing machines, and if you want to get up to a 5-year manufacturer defect warranty, the place to go is Hisense. And Hisense has branches all over the country. East Legon, Kisiman, Achimota, North Industrial Area, Tema Community 1, Amrahia, Afinya, Mataiko, Hacho, Kumasi City, Mo, Techiman, Tamalis, Unai, Hohoi, Koforidio, Boaseta, Kwatakrade, Kumasita. They are everywhere. They are giving you quality, durability, best for energy efficiency, best for affordability, best for style, and best for technology. You can find their website, hisense.com.gh. You see all that they have for you on their website, or you can call them on 0302 550000. Follow Hisense Ghana on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube for the latest promotions, product launches, and exciting offers. Hisense, everyday prices for everyday people. It's time for the Sports Center. The great Achu is here. Achukoliko. The great Achu is here.
Kojo and Winston, and to all of our listeners, good morning and welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Center. We've got quite a bit to unpack today, and we're going to start with matters relating to President John Dramani Mahama, because he's announced plans to redevelop the whole sports stadium into a modern multi-purpose sports complex to boost Ghana's sports infrastructure. Now, that stadium was built in 1958 and has since fallen into disrepair with a poor pitch, flooding problems, and aging stands. Speaking during an inspection of the facility, President Mahama said work will begin with the design phase, and he added that the project is expected to be completed around the stadium's 70th anniversary, creating a venue capable of hosting major sporting and entertainment events.
And so we want that by the time this stadium is also 70 years, we would have reconstructed it into a very modern facility. It has a very strategic central location in the municipality, which is an advantage, and it has sufficient land around it to build a very modern stadium here. And so we will allocate the funds, we'll do the designs. The designs will be brought back here. Public interaction on the designs will be done. And after that, we'll cut the sort for the work to commence. We want it to be a multi-use facility, not only for soccer, but it must have other entertainment complexes. The problem we have with most stadia is when we're not playing soccer, we're not doing anything with the stadium. And so this stadium would have shops, it will have entertainment, it will have restaurants and different facilities, so that even if we're not playing soccer, in the spirit of the 24-hour economy initiative, people will still come and use the stadium.
Speaking of sports infrastructure, the Boateng Sports Complex could be the next facility to follow the whole stadium's decline, with signs of deterioration emerging just 2 years after its completion. Despite that, it remains operational and is currently hosting the 2026 ITTF Africa Youth Championships, where Team Ghana is making progress. The hosts have reached the quarters of the boys under 15 and under 19 events, while the girls are still chasing places in the knockout phase of that competition. We'll bring you specific details in our subsequent bulletins. Now, let's talk about local football, because Premier League champions Mediama SC, they are in Cote d'Ivoire for their second successive pre-season training camp as they prepare for the CAF Champions League and the new domestic campaign. The Moves and Yellows strengthened their squad with 3 new signings, including Sudanese goalkeeper Monget Salman, but have also lost talisman Salim Adams to Sudan's Al Hilal. And they are expected to announce the signings of Eche Dogli from Pando Hearts of Lions, and then Seydou Sana, who's the captain at Ediana Stars. So that's the update on Mediama SC. Now to Kumasi Asante Kotoko, and the appointment of head coach Eric Tinkler as head coach has been widely praised because he's managed some of the biggest names on the continent, particularly in South Africa, where he's coached Orlando Pirates and famously led SuperSport United to the CAF Confederations Cup final. However, football analyst and data bank CEO Kojo Adamens believes Kotoko would be better off appointing a local coach.
We want over the next few years to have at least 5 stadia in this country that can host CAF competitions properly, because I'm sure that since 2008, after we hosted the AFCON, the time is almost near for us to host another AFCON. Maybe in conjunction with our neighbors, we can come together ourselves and Cote d'Ivoire and then host.
Well, that was Kojo Adamens speaking there, who's the CEO at Data Bank and a big fan of Kumasi Asante Kotoko, speaking to Love FM yesterday. Let's head to Europe now, where Premier League returnees Ipswich Town, they've announced the signing of Ghanaian winger Abdul Fattah Issahaku from Leicester City. He's 22 years of age and joins Ipswich for a reported £20 million deal and has signed a 5-year deal until 2031. Remember, he's previously played in the Premier League. That was 2 years ago, where he was limited to just some 14 games after he sustained an anterior cruciate ligament injury. And he's played in the Champions League with Sporting Lisbon. Last season was his most productive yet, producing 16 goal contributions in 44 appearances. Here he is speaking after the announcement.
Yeah, finally, I'm happy to be here and can't wait to get started. Premier League is an amazing competition, and as every player dreams to be in this competition, I'm happy to be part of this family, to be in this competition and to fight for Ipswich Town.
Abdul, welcome to Ipswich Town. Enjoy it here.
Thank you. Can't wait to meet the fans and give it all to the fans, help the team. See you.
Abdul Fattah Issahaku, his return to the Premier League is now confirmed, and those were his first words speaking to the Ipswich Town comms units. More on the Premier League. And Andoni Iraola, he says Virgil van Dijk, Alisson Becker and Cody Gakpo will return to training next week but will not join Liverpool's pre-season tour of the United States. Liverpool arrived in Chicago on Monday without their World Cup representatives. Alexander Isak, Florian Wirtz and Ryan Gravenberch are expected to link up with the squad in America in the second week of their pre-season.
In terms of days of training will be very similar, but they will start training just at the AXA in Liverpool. We thought because of different reasons, especially Virgil, because he has been the player with more minutes in Europe, I would say, and I think they are going to start, and Kojo also for other reasons, and they are going to start training basically the same week as the others, but instead of making them come here with the team, I consider that it was sensible with them to start the first week training in a small group or even with younger players there at the AXA and join us when we recover this.
Land midfielder Morgan Rogers from Aston Villa for a reported £117 million, making him the most expensive British player in history. That fee surpasses the £116 million Man City paid Nottingham Forest for Elliot Anderson earlier this month. He also breaks the previous transfer record set by Moises Caicedo by £2 million when he made the switch from Brighton to Chelsea in 2023 for £115 million. Now, in the Premier League, referee Anthony Taylor has announced his retirement from officiating after 2 decades and 831 matches. He's 47 years of age and says he's had enough. His last official game was the Portugal versus Spain game at the FIFA World Cup. Now, Saudi club Al Hilal, they've agreed a deal worth £60 million to sign winger Crescencio Somerville from West Ham United. Now we can get back to Boateng and quickly take that report from the 2026 ITTF African Youth Championships.
The 2026 ITTF Africa Youth Championship is underway, where kids from all different age groups have come from 23 different countries. This is especially exciting for Ghana because their U15 and U19 groups both qualified for the quarterfinals. Fortunately, Ghana's U15 girls lost against Tunisia, and their U19 girls could not make it past Uganda. We spoke to Coach Robert Amardi about his thoughts on today.
My objectives are to win many medals to Team Ghana. Yeah, yesterday, bit tough for Ghana, especially the under 15 team. We lost to Egypt, but this morning we managed to beat Benin 3-0. That makes us qualify to the quarterfinals. And the quarterfinals, we are going to play Tunisia. It will be a tough match, but we don't have anything to do. We have to win that match at all costs so that we'll be able to qualify to the medal zone.
I also spoke to 2024 Continental Champion Israel Alki, who was Ghana's Table Tennis Player of the Year.
I'm very happy to be in the quarterfinals right now. Then we work hard to be in the finals next time. I personally want to win a medal for my country.
Reporting from the Boardman Sports Complex, Jasmine Levy for Joy Sports.
Yes, that's Jasmine Levy. Reports from the Boateng Sports Complex. She's a member of the Joy Sports Desk and in the Joy Sports Center. Winston, you're from who? You grew up there.
Good.
Yes, you grew up there. Does that announcement give you any sort of confidence, happiness?
Well, the stadium, at the time we were growing up, served multiple purposes. So it's good that it's going to be refurbished. I remember, marching at the stadium in sometime in the mid-90s.
Right.
So that's okay. But, you talked about Anthony Taylor retiring.
Yeah.
Reminded me of a referee in Ho. And for all of us who grew up in Ho and probably went to secondary school in Ho and within the municipality, you know of Atta. There was a referee. Atta. Charlie, referee Atta would officiate secondary school matches. And the boys would chase him. I have this video in mind now where Atta was being chased, onto the field by students who said, "Oh, F me.
Means he's cheated us.
He's cheated us. That kind of. But I'm happy that for in the West these days you have a lot of referees who are doing other jobs, and so you can afford to retire.
Also, the job itself pays better than it used to in the past. So
Okay. Anyway, Achu, thank you very much for joining us with the latest in the world of sports here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. But let's get interactive this morning on the Super Morning Show. Social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, number 10 Liver Salt, a refreshing relief, and Cowbell Coffee with you every moment. And do you really know how money moves in Ghana? Well, at EcoBank, we know it doesn't move only on payday, it moves every day, connecting Ghanaians with their families, communities, and businesses. It's airtime sent to a sister, transport money for daddy, support for a cousin's education, contribution towards family funeral, and a helping hand when it matters most. In Ghana, money is more than a transaction. It's people supporting people, families helping families, and communities moving forward together. And that's why EcoBank, a bank built for the way Ghanaians and Africans move money, with one seamless banking experience across 34 African countries. EcoBank digital platforms connect people, businesses, and opportunities in Ghana and across the continent. Pay bills, transfer money, and access ATM services, and manage your finances anytime, anywhere with the EcoBank mobile app, USSD *770#, EcoBank online, and EcoBank ATMs nationwide. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. But of course, on big stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel, connecting energies, Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa, and Awake Natural Mineral Water, one for life. Our focus this morning is actually on the National Service Scheme. How, National Service personnel were deducted 60 Ghana cedis without their consent. Well, it's been suspended, but who really authorized that? And who asked them to do that? We'll find out more about this here on the Super Morning Show, but also this morning on Corruption Watch. Now, the Government Defense Integrity Index has raised concerns about high risk of corruption within the military. We'll get into it here on the Super Morning Show. But experience connections with Telecel fixed broadband internet connectivity at high speeds with non-expiry bundles and up to 40% more data at the same price. Telecel fixed broadband is connecting your homes and businesses to more. No need to worry about your data expiring again. You get to browse till your data is exhausted. You also get a free fixed line with free calls at home when you subscribe to the Telecel fixed broadband. The data move also allows you to connect up to 4 devices so you can keep browsing on the go. Subscribe to Telecel Fixed Broadband at telecel.com or download the Telecel Play app or visit the Telecel retail shop today to subscribe to the Telecel Fixed Broadband. Telecel, connecting energies. And every day your body needs clean, refreshing water. And Awake water is carefully produced to keep you refreshed and hydrated, purified, refreshing, and purpose-driven. And through our One for Life campaign, we support people living with various cardiovascular diseases. So where every bottle that you drink, an amount is donated to the National Cardiothoracic Center at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Drink Awake, proudly produced by Kasapreko PLC. Awake Purified Drinking Water, One for Life. Drink water, drink Awake, available nationwide. And this is FDA approved. Bringing us to 8 a.m. Time now for the Business Minute. Brought to time now for the Business Minute.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts. The Bank of Ghana's Monetary Policy Committee is expected to announce a new policy rate later today, following its meeting to review recent economic developments. Meanwhile, Finance Minister Dr. Chancellor Tuforsen is set to present the media budget review tomorrow, where he is expected to highlight progress in containing government expenditure for this year. Also, Ghana's exports hit a record $18.2 billion in the first half of the year, according to new Bank of Ghana data covering the period ending June. Elsewhere, France's parliament has approved a law banning social media access for children under 15 from January 2027. The move, which requires age verification for all users, makes France the first European country to introduce such restrictions amid growing concerns over children's mental health. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us. The Business Minute brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG. We stand with you, Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts, and Palladium Residences. Live smart, invest better, as well as SkyStar Technologies, performance that delivers every time, and Pegasus Publishing, shaping minds, winning futures.
And if you are looking for generators, go to Anointed. They have generators or generating sets that range from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA. Very competitive prices, 5-year warranty as well. And they give you 24-hour emergency service, sale of spare parts, reliable rental services, professional advice. And you can also buy your tower lights and rent same from them. You can find them at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway, near the Odoko traffic lights. And they have 21 branches nationwide. 21. So you can find an Anointed shop or outlets anywhere across the country. Call them on 024-348-0334. And when you call them, ask them for opportunities for you to train at their school, because they have a training school that gives you 80% practical training and 20% theory. Anointed, they are the generator experts.
Akoto Boateng, when you return after these messages, you have the Ghana Infrastructure Scorecard, yes?
Yes.
And so you share it with us.
It's showing that Ghana, you're above grade D. When you ride off deck and you get A, B, C, D, grade D3, you can't take you to uni, right?
Well, that is true. The grade D, what is the score in that gives you grade D?
2.83
and it's
out of 5.
Out of 5, so that's more than half.
Yeah, but in some other categories, if you look at the various sectors, telecommunications, aviation, they are doing well, but railway, health, roads, education, potable water, you will
talk
cry
about it after these.
Faces of those you love.
Was formally informed of the initiative after the contract had been signed, which is consistent with NASPA practice over the years. To ensure a nationwide participation, NASPA and Youth Atlas Limited embarked on an extensive awareness campaign through promotional videos, flyers, broadcast messages, emails, and engagement with executives across the country and personnel. Executives as well, duly sensitized personnel were encouraged to participate and select elective courses that match their interests and career aspirations, and the data gathered formed the basis of the program's implementation plan. This program was for all personnel to benefit from. However, there has also been considerable discussion and in some cases misinformation regarding the cost structure of the program. We believe it is important to set the record straight. The estimated contribution was 15 cedis per month, which would have amounted to approximately 180 cedis over the service year. These figures were estimates based on the projected cost of delivering quality training nationwide, and were also to be subjected to adjustment based on participation, members, and cost efficiency. Beyond the training itself, we want to be transparent about what this contribution was intended to cover. The cost of the project included practical hands-on experience that would have given you real-world skills applicable to the job market in courses like Essential Skills IT, Code and Website Development, Basic Laws of Ghana, and electives like Project Management, Study Abroad options for those seeking to improve their academic pursuits, and agricultural business to create entrepreneurs in the agricultural value chain, as well as a certificate of completion upon successful participation, a credential you could present to a potential employer to demonstrate your acquired competencies, among other provisions. These will go a long way to empower the service personnel to execute better in their workplaces for their service posting. We believed that the package represented value for money, especially considering the potential return on investment in terms of your future employability. However, we fully acknowledge that the financial commitment required may not have been reasonable for all service personnel. Based on this progress, NASPA formally requested the National Service Authority to facilitate a reduction of 60 Ghana cedis to represent the duration of the training over a 4-month learning period. That is 15 cedis per month. So as to offset part of the program costs already incurred, which was what was deducted in the last allowance. However, as concerns about the program intensified, particularly regarding the deductions and the level of consultation, we took our time to engage our newly elected regional executives, receive feedback from service personnel, and as well as carefully review the issues that had been raised. Over the past few days, We have been engaged by the management of the National Service Authority over the concerns and frustrations expressed. In response to the feedback from the service personnel and general public, and as well as in line with the sector ministers and board's directive, the management have issued this directive to NASFA. The capacity building program, as currently structured, is hereby suspended with immediate effect, pending a comprehensive review of the program for a decisive action to be taken, which is in line with our sector minister and the Minister of Youth, Empowerment and Development, Honorable George Opariado's directive. Again, we wish to assure every national service personnel that there will be no further deductions on behalf of or in relation to the capacity building training. We would like to emphasize that we welcome this directive wholeheartedly. We thank the Minister, the Board and Management of the National Service Authority for their wisdom and firm guidance. They listened to our outcry, assessed the situation with seriousness, and issued a directive that protects your welfare while preserving the opportunity for a better future. We are grateful for their partnership and their commitment to getting this right. We thank our media partners and journalists who reported on this matter. Your scrutiny was fair and served its purpose to hold us accountable. We respect your role in our democracy and thank you for your professionalism. And most importantly, we thank every national service personnel who have shared their concerns respectively and constructively. Your voice matters, and we have heard it clearly. Together, we will continue to build a stronger, more transparent, and more responsive NASFA that always places the interests of service personnel first. Thank you for your time, your commitment to national service, and your willingness to engage in this important conversation. May God bless you all, and may God bless our beloved nation.
Honorable members, according to the communication, Cabinet, in compliance with existing law, has requested, among other things, that no person shall install or use a siren on any official or private vehicle without the prior written authorization of the minister responsible for the interior. Similarly, no person is to utilize police resources, particularly police escort services, without the requisite written authorization of the Minister for the Interior or the Inspector General of Police acting on behalf of the Minister. The communication further indicates that the Ghana Police Service has been directed to enforce the directive, including the removal and seizure of unauthorized sirens.
There's a threat, if you listen to the MPP, to our democracy when it comes to free speech. Yesterday, it was about travesty of justice. It has something to do with this too, but this has more to do with that time-tested fundamental human rights called freedom of speech. But of course, anytime the Constitution talks about freedom, implied in there is also responsibility. And so tonight, let's have this conversation that it's long overdue. We need to have it. Since 2022, when the Akufo-Addo government first activated a 1960 law, this has been a major topic lurking and just begging to be explored and discussed in greater detail. Let's begin that conversation today. And this is the law on publication of false news, to repeal or to retain. And it's coming back to the front burner because of this very controversial judgment handed down by a court of competence jurisdiction to jail this woman you have in the background, a TikToker, and throw her behind bars for 1 year. Her crime is that she published information that the law deems to potentially breach the peace. In fact, not potentially, actually breaches the peace. And then the second is about false news, which is that he had put out information that was false. And so that is an offense for which she should go into jail for. We'll look at this one, but this is what fundamentally led to her 1 year imprisonment. And that, of course, has raised a whole conversation about this and brought it back. But I found it interesting when I look at the trajectory of the trial and her prosecution, because after she was arrested, and this moved very quickly, after she was arrested on the 9th of July, she then tells the court that she was pregnant. Between the 10th and the 15th, they then have to do a pregnancy test that, of course, delays. So the pregnancy test comes in, and it was determined that she wasn't pregnant after all. And, of course, the conviction then was handed on by the circuit court. But this, for me, is a picture that puts this conversation in context. Both the NPP administration and this current government have all used this 1960 law. The first time I heard about this was in 2022, when the Akufo-Addo government first activated it. And of course, Akufo-Addo government, it was interesting because this is a man who pushed for the repeal of the criminal libel law. It was very clear at the time that you could not criminalize speech, right? And it's no matter how offensive it sounds, no matter how false it is, you should not criminalize it. So he pushed for the repeal of the criminal libel law. But under his watch between 2022 and 2024, that law that talks about breach of peace and false use together was used 30 times, at least we counted. 30 times. People were arrested on that particular charge. Some of them were indeed incarcerated on that charge 30 times. And then comes the John Mahama administration. Another man who touts himself, and the people close to him tout him as a respecter of the freedom of speech. In just 1 year, we have 15 cases of arrest at least that we counted. Now just do the averages, and then you will see that both parties, both presidents, who all claim to love freedom of speech, are very equal. In fact, nothing separates them. Because in 2 years, 30 times, 2022 to 2024, that's what we counted at least. That is an average of 15 arrests for breach of peace and false news a year. And this here is exactly a year, and they've done 15 already. And if this continues, by the time John Mahama finishes his term, possibly we'll have, 60 cases of people who have been arrested just for publication of information that is deemed to breach the peace or information that is deemed to be false. This should tell a very important story. And that is why this conversation tonight is important. It is not an MPP thing. It is not an NDC thing. We must ask a fundamental question whether we need these two bits of legislation on our books, especially as we expand the frontiers of our democracy in the spirit of the repeal of the criminal libel law. Whilst we ask that question, how do you ensure that individuals are held accountable when enforcing the constitutional injunction for people to be responsible in the exercise of their rights? So there must be some checks there. Is the checks throwing people in jail or through the civil route? Convict them, impose a fine. Because in Germany, somebody insulted the chancellor. A person was tried, convicted, and the person had to impose a fine. So it's been tried elsewhere. Is prison term the answer? Let my guests come and let them weigh in on this when we sit for a conversation. And then if you look at the cases, several of them...
Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Charlie, DJ Obete, what did you sleep last night? I need to know, because of the songs you're dropping this morning. But our friends from Haptel, Nano Usumafo is head of user experience and marketing at Haptel, and Patrick Asare Frimpong is head of product at Haptel. They've joined us this morning because we're talking about the Haptel Digital Economy Forum in partnership with Joy News. Okay, we've been telling you about how Ghana's digital economy is expanding rapidly, creating new opportunities for businesses, consumers, and financial inclusion. But sustaining that progress will require stronger security, greater collaboration, and renewed public confidence. So this evening we're having a conversation, the trust crisis, why fraud is holding back Ghana's digital economy, and we'll explore how Ghana can stay ahead of digital fraud, protect consumers, and build a safer more trusted digital economy. So good morning, Nano Usumafo. Good morning, Patrick Asare Frempong.
Good morning. Good morning.
I believe you're all doing well.
We are doing well by His grace.
Okay. I like your hair, your hairstyle. When I grow, I want to have Afro. This is what Afro around the city.
Yes.
Which is which?
Afro. It's fine.
You don't like around the city?
No, she didn't do around the city.
But mommy, daddy, do you know why children leave home very neat and return looking so different? Well, I'll tell you. Non-stop action, all the learning and sports burn energy. So those sweat stains, torn uniforms, and dirty shoes, they show that your kid has been very active. And that's why they need nourishment and energy at breakfast. So give them the nutritious Milo every day. Milo contains vitamin D that supports energy release to help their daily performance. Milo, energy to go further. This is FDA approved. Buying inferior and cheap mattresses may seem like a good way to save money, but do not fall for the trap. If you haven't slept well, you cannot work and think well, and you're ultimately putting your health at risk, which can cause you a lifetime of discomfort and chronic pain. As responsible citizens, we should invest in safe, durable, and certified mattresses, and that's why we must all raise awareness to protect our families across the country. Latest Foam remains the tried and tested brand we all love for almost 60 years now. They offer you unmatched quality and durability for every Ghanaian home. Make the smart choice. Talk to them on 0302 231155 in Accra and then 03220 29365 in Kumasi for all your inquiries, or walk into any of their outlets nationwide for your preferred choices. You can also visit them at latestfoamghana.com and all their social media platforms. Do not settle for less, go for quality. Buy Latest Foam or else shall you do yourself. Latest Foam is your partner for life. But imagine choosing your own global destination, enjoying flights, a 4-star hotel, and unforgettable experiences all paid for. Stanbic Bank, in collaboration with MasterCard, now they are making it possible with the World on Your Card promo. Simply sign up for a new Money Wallet MasterCard, load or reload $200 or more between now and the 14th of August 2026 to stand a chance to win a worldwide travel package for 2 to a destination listed on priceless.com. Simply put your world on your card and stand tall. But you've worked hard and you deserve a home that actually reflects that effort. It's time to upgrade your lifestyle at Palladium Residences in Achimota, a stunning community at ABC Junction, just minutes from the Achimota Mall. Discover beautifully designed modern apartments and spacious townhouses offering the perfect private sanctuary. Plus, enjoy unmatched amenities like a premium clubhouse, a fully equipped gym, and an incredible on-site hotel. Move fast during this limited launch phase. You can secure your dream home with just a 10% deposit. Book early for exclusive pricing, priority unit selection, and highly flexible payment options. Book your private site tour today. Call 0509 823 424. That's 0509 823 424. Palladium Residences. Live smart, invest better. All right, so let's get into the conversation now. And the Digital Economy Forum is a new national thought leadership platform that's been established to convene evidence-based conversations on the technologies shaping Ghana's digital economy. And the inaugural edition explores one of the country's most pressing digital economy challenges, trust. As digital payments become increasingly central to commerce, financial inclusion, and everyday economic activity, fraud is emerging as one of the greatest threats to consumer confidence and continued digital adoption. The forum combines documentary storytelling with a live national conversation to explore practical solutions that will strengthen trust while supporting innovation and economic growth. As already indicated, Nano Usumafo is head of user experience and marketing at Haptel, and Patrick Asare Frempong is head of products at Haptel. Good morning once again. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning.
Let me start off with you, Nana, because we know that Ghana's economy is changing rapidly. Digital payments, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and data are transforming the way people live and do business. So why does Haptel feel that this is the right moment to support a national platform dedicated to these conversations?
Okay, thank you, Winston. Now, Ghana has reached a very important point in its digital journey, to the point that digitalization has become a very common word to us lately. Now, technology, which is the driving factor for this digitalization, is no longer a specialist issue. In fact, it has become an economic issue that is affecting every business and every household. And so we have digital payments, we have AI, more recently artificial intelligence, we also have cybersecurity, which is affecting how businesses operate. It is affecting how government even provide essential services to us, and also affecting how we as individuals also partake in the digital economy. Now, these changes, whilst they provide enormous opportunities, we believe we also need to start conversations around or ask ourselves critical questions that will drive thoughtful national conversations. And so this is why Haptel as a company, because digital payments, it's at the core of everything that we do. We believe that we don't only have to focus on technology. We believe we also have to be part of the conversations around same. And that's why the Digital Economy Forum is putting together experts from artificial intelligence all the way to government regulators to cybersecurity experts, coming together to discuss some of these issues that drive the digital economy.
You know, Haptel sits at the center of Ghana's digital commerce ecosystem, connecting millions of consumers, merchants, and businesses every day. Tell me what unique perspective that gives you on where Ghana's digital economy is currently heading.
Yes, before I come to the perspective, let me talk about Haptel a bit. So, yes, we are at the center of digital commerce ecosystem. So, Haptel connects businesses to communities. Now, we do that by providing clarity, control, and growth. What I mean by that is that, first of all, we provide clarity, which is to ensure that we get the business to understand the gap which exists in their businesses. And then we move on to giving them control, which is the tools that we provide for them to ensure that they collect the payments in a very organized manner. And we believe that when we put these two together, automatically growth becomes inevitable. Now, this three things that I just talked about is the connecting factor for how businesses thrive on our system. So this is how we see millions of transactions flowing through our systems. Now, what we are seeing is that this connection between businesses and consumers, we are seeing that trust is an essential part of it. And businesses will only thrive if consumers have confidence in these businesses. And so our perspective, coming to the point, our perspective is driven by the real experiences that we have seen in this connection between the businesses and the consumers, which is why we think this conversation is very important.
Okay. Finally, before I get to Patrick, Nana, so the Digital Economy Forum has been conceived as a long-term series rather than a single event. What is the bigger ambition behind it, and what kinds of national conversations do you hope it will stimulate over the coming years?
Yes, it is a long series event, so it is not a one-off event. In fact, it's intended to be, our ambition is for it to become a leading conversation around the digital economy. And so every edition that we'll do will focus on one issue that is fundamentally changing or reshaping our economy. So future conversations will revolve around AI, we will talk about cybersecurity, we'll have conversations around digital inclusion and financial inclusion as well. And we believe that, or our hope is that this forum becomes that business platform where business decisions are taken, where policy, national policies are taken, and also for all of us as citizens or individuals to be aware of the opportunities and the challenges ahead.
Great. Let me say that we've been joined by Evans Mensah. He will be hosting the forum this evening, and he's senior editor here at Joy News. Evans Mensah, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Winston, long time no see.
You have been hiding, but I'll see you today. Don't worry.
Who has been hiding? You are the one that's been hiding.
I'll see you today. I'll be waiting for you in the office. Don't worry. But let me bring in Patrick Asare from Point. And Patrick, look, every technological revolution creates enormous opportunities, but also new risk. As Ghana accelerates its digital transformation, what do you see as the biggest opportunities we must seize and what are the biggest risks we cannot afford to ignore?
Thank you for that question. So, I mean, there are a lot of opportunities we see here. I mean, financial inclusion is one. You all see, I mean, Ghana, we always talk about mobile money and how we have just made this financial inclusion greater. That's a very important opportunity that is there. Second, we feel that there is also going to be increased productivity for businesses. You know, most times when we look at all these digital solutions, it's actually like Nana also said, we are connecting the businesses to the community. So we need higher productivity for the businesses. Productivity means they're reducing their cost of production and therefore being efficient in the operation. So we want to see more of that. The other opportunity I could talk about is better policy, public service delivery. I mean, I believe Winston and everybody, those who have traveled outside Ghana can see certain level of public service delivery in these developed countries, and it's majority because there is a platform that powers it. I mean, if you're in London and you're able to use the tram very well and move around, it's just all about organization of data and how the public service delivery goes on. We're also seeing that another opportunity, new entrepreneurial opportunities. You know, a lot of people have ideas, but most don't know how to start it. And we think that with this, it's also going to create that. Job creation is always the biggest problems that we always deal with, and we know definitely that is going to bring that opportunity. There's also going to be access to markets and small businesses as well, and we also see greater competitiveness for Ghanaian businesses. Like if you take a normal Ghanaian business that does a certain level of service, comparing it to other countries, the competition is not that great, and we believe that that could happen. Now, doing this brings risk, and I mean cyber crime and digital fraud is one of the biggest risks that we face in this. So it's something that we have to look at. The other risk that we are also looking at, that we have to look at, is AI, disruptions that will come to jobs. You know, this whole AI conversation that's coming up is more about what is it that is it going to take my job, not take my job. I think that is a risk which it has to be well discussed. We also have to look at declining public trust. If these digital systems do not deliver, it is going to bring a lot of decline in public trust as well. And we also think that if there's also weak digital literacy, people understanding and knowing exactly what it is that these digital platforms really do and help us to do, it spoils everything for us. And finally, because digital platforms deal with data, everybody is worried about his privacy. My data that has been taken and all that is going on, what is happening. So there are greater opportunities, there are also greater risk as well. And I think that we need to balance the two, and with the literacy, we should be able to navigate ourselves through this properly.
Now, talking about the risk, it will take me to the focus of the inaugural edition, the trust crisis, why fraud is holding back Ghana's digital economy. Why do you believe that trust was the right place to begin this national conversation?
I'll start by saying that, the important point that we need to know that is that technology itself is neither good nor bad. The most important thing here is how its impact depends on how we govern it, how we adopt it, and also how we prepare the society for it. It's very important. And for this specific topic that we are dealing with, digital payments, trust is the foundation for every digital platform. If there's no trust, there's nothing that you can do with it. So the payment can only work when people believe in that their money, their data, and their identity are very safe. And if you look at the trajectory of Ghana and what we've done very well when it comes to digital payment. But we also have to look at it that there's also this kind of risk that if it comes around, if we don't look at the sophistication that comes around the risk, it becomes a very important thing. So if the trust weakens, this adoption will slow down. And if the adoption slows down, then business will hesitate in investing into it. Now, if you go to every business, they are easily accepting mobile money and then any other form of digital payment. But If we don't do anything about this, what happens is that interest will drive down, and then customers will return back to cash, which is something that we are not ready to do that at this point in time. And because if they go back to cash, then innovation is going to be harder day in, day out. So that's why we believe that it's not cybersecurity, as you rightly said, is really not like a cybersecurity issue in a certain sense, but it really is an economic issue. If we do not get that trust to happen, where businesses love to invest into their data platforms, and then also customers also trust to use them, then we are going to have a problem. So the documentary and the forum therefore will actually focus on these practical solutions rather than basically highlighting the problems and making them as big as I think the problems have already been spoken out as much, but I think we have to look at the practical ways that we can really solve them. So that's where we are focusing majority of our work on.
Okay, talking about the practical ways of solving them. So if the Digital Economy Forum is successful 5 years from now, it will be successful.
Yes.
What would you hope it would have achieved for Ghana's businesses, policymakers, and citizens?
I think my boss will always say that the world has moved forward because people spoke. Conversation drives everything. And we are hoping that this platform become a place where conversations are going to be had about technology and the economy. In most cases, either a conversation is being had about economy or it's also being had separately about the technology. But we're hoping that this become where all the conversations around technology and then also economy happens. We also hope that businesses will make better strategic decisions because of the conversations that will happen here. Things are changing. I mean, everybody's talking about AI, but if you look for a place where there's in-depth conversation about that, there are places, but we are hoping that in 5 years' time, like you rightly said, this become the platform where we have that. We also hope that policymakers will benefit from these conversations that will happen between industry and then also academia, because whatever we do, both the industry and academia will come in strong, and we need policies by our policymakers to also drive that. So I hope that this becomes a driving force for that. Also for young people, not to give up, and young people to understand exactly the opportunities that are emerging in these digital platforms and what they can do with it. There's so much opportunities that's available, and we are hoping also that the future editions will also influence what policies we have. It will influence innovation that we see across the country in our lives, and also will strengthen the collaboration that we have on all these sectors that we have. But we believe that most importantly, it will become a place that will serve Ghana in the broader development agenda, where if we look at how Ghana has moved from 2026 to, let's say, 2031, it was more because of some of the conversations that this platform really had. So that's what we are looking at very much, that we see happening.
Okay. Evan, so finally, why should business leaders, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and ordinary Ghanaians make time to watch the documentary and be part of the Digital Economy Forum tonight?
And Winston, to that question, I want to tap into something that happened recently. It was on your show that you had the BOG officer who's in charge of, handling fraud and etc. As far as the banking sector is concerned, and it was at the back of the report that the BOG had released. And that conversation, I remember listening to that day. You see the number of calls that he had, the number of messages that it generated. It is possibly one of the biggest subjects in our financial ecosystem right now. And unfortunately, we haven't had a big national conversation around it. The BOG reports have become a very important trigger point. Every year when it comes out, we talk about it, we let it go. We're hoping that tonight's conversation will be that venue where all these minds will come together to sort of distill it a bit more, and then the solutions will be proposed. And we don't want this to be a one-off event, as the Owusu and the Hapto colleagues there have enumerated. Once this is done, we're going to be fleshing it out over the period and hopefully become a policy issue that would help the policy implementers with tools that enable them fix this more fundamentally. So, for example, tonight, you have Oriku Asare, who is the head of FinTech and Innovation at the BOG, part of the panel, because obviously they've been thinking through this for a while. It is good now to discuss in the broader forum what the proposals are and how do you implement them, and test its feasibility. So you're going to have people like Professor Boateng, who we know is very critical on these subjects, but also comes to the table with a very unique perspective, because this is really an economic conversation. The entire financial ecosystem and the economy rests on our ability to leverage that currency, which is trust. Without that, the economy doesn't exist. We don't have an economy. And this is coming a day before the mid-year budget review will be presented to Parliament. It is an essential timing for policymakers, even parliamentarians in Parliament, that this conversation is had tonight, and hopefully influences these conversations that we'll be having post the budget once it's read tomorrow, the mid-year review. You're also going to have John Amoah. He's the CEO of the Ghana Association of Banks, and it's obvious why he is there, because we've seen that the issue about trust and the lack of it, so we're talking about the trust crisis, is permeated not only the banks, but also within the fintech space, even the Momo space, where most of us operate. Our mothers in the villages, our sisters, and everybody else who is not as privileged in terms of the climbing the education ladder, have been brought into the financial ecosystem, and they are very vulnerable. And so you're going to have the banks talking to the fintechs. You're going to have the fintechs having a conversation with the Momo operators. So we have the MTN, for example, going to be part of tonight's conversation, because they are one of the biggest players in that space. So I'm delighted that I'm going to be hosting Godwin Tamaklo, who is the Chief Risk and Compliance Officer, Mobile Money Fintech Limited, joining the conversation tonight. They can bring their perspective, and they obviously have their own ideas, because it's costing them a lot. MTN has put a lot of money, just like Haptel, in trying to deal with the fraudsters. And one of the things I learned in this process, preparing for this, is the work that Haptel had done, rolling out solutions. And so we're going to be learning how these solutions that the private sector has been implementing, how they're working. And so you will have Ebenezer Bafo, who is the head internal affairs at Haptel, join us on the panel. There is a cybersecurity angle to this that we need to explore. And so you have Stephen Kojo Seshi, who is the Deputy Director General, Technical Operations at the Cybersecurity Authority, also join us. So this panel is all encompassing. And then the most important part for me is the studio audience that we'll have. Studio audience of ordinary people, of students, of mobile money operators and merchants will be in the room. We'll have the executives from the Chamber of Telecommunications there with us. We're going to have market women, because the market women, they are the heart of the real economy. They represent the real economy, and they interface with this subject on the daily basis. We're going to have the rep from the Mokola market in the room, and there'll be a lot of time for them to engage the panel, ask the questions, get the answers. So this is going to be a very detailed conversation. I'm looking forward to it, but we don't want to leave anything on the table by the time we are done. But here's the thing: the approach that has been taken in partnership with Haptel with this is fascinating. We're not going to have a conversation for 1 hour 30 minutes. There's a 30 minutes that opens the conversation, which is a documentary, an investigative documentary that had already been curated and put together, which will be premiered for the very first time tonight. You probably would have seen the trailer for this across our social media handles and on the Journalist channel. That for me is what I'm looking forward to, because that opens up the conversation. You will see a conversation with a fraudster in that documentary that will be premiered today.
All right, I think we've lost Evans. Point well made. Thank you very, very much, Evans Mensah, who's senior editor here at Joy News. Thank you very much, Nano Usumafo, head of user experience and marketing at Haptel, and to you, Patrick Asare Frimpong, who is head of products also at Haptel. So it's at 8 p.m. This evening, live on the Joy News channel and also on Joy FM and across all our social media platforms. Make sure you join us. Coming up here on the Super Morning Show after these messages, it's Corruption Watch, and our focus is on the risk of corruption within Ghana's defense sector, including military operations. We'll be right back.
Over the period, individual cases that you can count. And these are the specific clauses in this Criminal Code 1960. Colonial relic, using threats, a public space breaching the peace is a misdemeanor. And then the publication of false news is or distribution is also deemed to be a misdemeanor. But there's another provision that also reared its head in the last administration that I first saw. That is under Section 76 of Act 2, 2008, that talks about the publishing false or misleading messages likely to endanger lives or disrupt emergency services. It is more on the communication side of things. So that's also there, can be used. Do we need these on our books? And how, if we don't need it, how do you mitigate and deal with those who simply want to be responsible and simply want to put out information that can plunge this whole country into chaos? The police service, in the explanation, they are very clear that in this case of this lady who has been jailed, what she put out was derogatory, insulting, offensive remarks. Right, yeah, but must you jail somebody for insulting another person? The president can sue, remember? The president can take up a civil suit that, will lead to a fine. That is there. Then the police says it's also breach of peace and national cohesion. Really? If you look at what you said, is that what it is? My guess will win when we sit for a conversation. The minority, rightly so, are making a call for these provisions to be repealed. So Afenya Markin, who is the minority leader, has made the point. He had a press conference to do so. He said the prosecutions must be halted under the false news law provisions, and then also makes a point that to free anybody who is currently serving any jail term under these provisions. Well, you will say, if you are a believer of freedom of speech, who believes that it is a sacrosanct piece of right that must be enjoyed, then you should pitch your tent in his corner. But you also have to keep them honest, because as I've just illustrated, there were 30 cases where these same provisions were used under a government that he was proud to be a member of. He was the deputy majority leader at the time, right? And he was proud to be a member when the 30 arrests were done using the same piece of legislation. You need to ask the fair question: did he see the need, the time, to ask his government to repeal? Obviously, that didn't come up. It's come up now. You can argue, better late than never, because what is good, regardless of when it happened. And even when the person shows possibly double standards in this matter, is it good for our democracy for these laws to be repealed? That is a fundamental question, having asked the question that keeps them honest. What's the case for repealing these laws? And I'm assuming that there is a case for it and that you belong to that particular school of thought, or I am mistaken. Zach?
You and I have had these conversations for almost close to a decade, when we legitimately were concerned about the fact that if you look at the constitutional architecture, which made freedom of expression a fundamental right, and as a result of that, the media freedom and independence. And rightly so, when we ushered in the 1992 Constitution, there were concerns about retaining the criminal libel in our books. And so in 2001, when the criminal libel was repealed, we were hailed as one of the countries in Africa who were embracing the whole concept of freedom of expression, freedom of speech. Unfortunately, as you indicated in your preamble, we maintain that 1960 law, which indirectly brings back the same thing that the Constitution was trying to encourage. So we have been arguing about this for ages, but as you rightly pointed out, because the political actors, it served them well, they don't seem to be looking at it from the perspective we were looking at it. And they've all used it, and they will continue to use it so long as those laws are in our books. Because frankly, if you look at those laws, they are in our books and they have not been repealed. It's more of a moral argument to say to the political actors, don't use it, even though it's in our books. But unfortunately, as for the police, once somebody actually reports and says that they think that some criminality has been envisaged or has been done as a result of that law, it is their responsibility to investigate and then bring you before the law courts. So if you ask me about whether to repeal or not to repeal, because I am also a journalist, I am a lawyer, and I also teach journalists media law and ethics, and I haven't seen anywhere in the world where freedom is absolute. Freedom is always qualified, and our Constitution also makes that point quite clearly. But the qualification has to be done in such a way that it is to achieve a legitimate aim and the issue of proportionality. So I am not of the view that repeal.
Je suis arrivé. Qu'est-ce que la nation soit sur les Ghana? Arrêtez le babadage. C'est moi le Dieu. Sydney back again. Yeah. Nano Hiniba. What you say now? Squadier. Alongside Man and Morris. Babyface. What you say now? Africa money. I got the chop on fuga. Wanna money. Money. Africa money. I got the chop on fuga. Ile chop on nyanga. I got the chop on nyafu. Wow. I got the chop on nya. Ile chop on fuga. I got the chop on nyanga. Boom. I got the chop on wow. Money. Africa money. I got the chop on woman they way, rich they enjoy. I say how we go bridge the gap between accountant they job Oga the chop and fuga. Back manager they job. Oga the chop and pasa. Director they job Oga the chop and nyanga. Even pastors they chop. Hey, l'argent, j'ai bien cherché, mais j'ai rien gagné.
Well, first of all, let's thank democracy for our ability to have this discussion today, because, we wouldn't be able to have such a discussion under a military rule. In March this year, the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament had at one of its sittings that the Auditor General had rejected a request from the Ministry of Defence to the Ministry of Finance to pay about 4.8 million for some vehicles that were never supplied to the Ministry of Defence. According to a special report of the Auditor General on the state's liabilities as at the end of December 2024, a Stores Received Advice, SRA, dated 12 October 2024 was issued by the Stores Department of the Ministry of Defence indicating receipt of the supposed vehicles. Why are we bringing this issue back? Well, the latest Government Defence Integrity Index has flagged that Ghana faces a high risk of corruption occurring in the defense sector, including at the military operations level. The Government Defense Integrity Index assesses and communicates the transparency and integrity of defense spending in 5 key risk areas. We'll bring you more on that later. But the report questions the level of transparency around defense budget and spending. We have a very engaging conversation lined up for you this morning.
What are the scores for Sub-Saharan Africa? We had 17 countries that we assessed in the GDI 2025 for Sub-Saharan Africa, and those are the list of countries. But let's tend to look at this a little bit more in detail. No country falls into the very low risk category. No country falls into the low risk category or the moderate risk category. All the countries that we assessed, 17 of them, fall within the high risk to the critical risk category.
Stay tuned for more. And so welcome once again to Corruption Watch, which is sponsored by the European Union in collaboration with our partners, the Ghana Center for Democratic Development, CDD Ghana, Transparency International Ghana, formerly Ghana Integrity Initiative, Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, Africa Center for International Law and Accountability, and media platforms Joy FM and Adom FM. Now, this episode of Corruption Watch is brought to you in special collaboration with Transparency International Ghana and TIDS. On this episode of Corruption Watch, we're bringing you from the source. As you may be aware, on this segment, we let you hear from the actors involved in the case or matter. And so this morning, my guest, Head of Research at Transparency International Defense and Security, Dr. Michael Ofori-Mensah. He joins us via Zoom. The Executive Director of Transparency International Ghana, Mary Awelana Ada, who also joins us via Zoom, and a criminologist and security analyst, Dr. Emmanuel Suate, who is in studio with me. So good morning, Dr. Michael Ofori-Mensah and Mary Awelana Ada, and also good morning to you, Dr. Emmanuel Suate.
It's a pleasure having me.
I believe you're all doing very well.
Yes, I am, by God's grace, yeah.
Okay. Now, I'll get to the discussion shortly, but let me just provide you with some more information on the government Defense Integrity Index. The Government's Defense Integrity Index is a flagship initiative of Transparency International, Defense and Security. It assesses and communicates the transparency and integrity of defense spending in 5 key risk areas: political, financial, personnel, operational, and procurement. Overall, Ghana scores 33 out of 100 to obtain a D, high risk. This means that there are systemic or institutional weaknesses and vulnerabilities that make unethical and illegal practices such as corruption highly possible. The Sub-Saharan Africa component of the report studied 17 countries and found that in all of the countries, including Ghana, corruption risks are not explicitly addressed in the military doctrine. Another finding that applies to Ghana is that defense spending remains difficult to trace and scrutinize due to aggregated budgets, limited financial transparency, and restricted audit access. Transparency International Ghana, in collaboration with Transparency International Defense and Security, launched the Government Defense Integrity Index 2025 Sub-Saharan Africa Dataset and Africa Report in Accra in June this year, and delivering the keynote address, the Chief of Defense Staff, delivering the keynote address for the Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General William Ejapong, at the launch of the GDI 2025 in Accra in June this year, the Director General, Human Resource Administration of the General Headquarters of the Ghana Armed Forces, Air Commodore Thomas Nifiu Okain, said the strongest and most resilient defense institutions balance legitimate confidentiality with robust oversight and accountability. Here is an excerpt of a speech in which he responds to the findings of the Government Defense Integrity Index 2025.
Secrecy alone cannot guarantee security. Indeed, the strongest and most resilient defense institutions are often those that have succeeded in balancing legitimate confidentiality with robust oversight and accountability. Transparency should therefore not be viewed as a vulnerability. If properly designed, it is a source of institutional strength. It helps deter misuse of resources, improves decision-making, strengthens public confidence, and enhances the credibility of defense institutions among both citizens and international partners. This is why efforts to improve governance frameworks, strengthen audit and procurement systems, reinforce internal controls, and promote effective oversight should be seen as investments in security. There are also investments in institutional resilience, public trust, and long-term stability. In Ghana, we recognize that this is a continuous journey rather than a final destination, and progress requires collaboration. No single institution can on its own strengthen defense integrity. Success depends upon constructive engagement between defense institutions, government ministries, parliament, oversight bodies, civil society organizations, academia, the media, and development partners, among others. Our collective aspiration should be clear: a defense sector characterized by robust procurement and audit processes, strong adherence to internal controls, effective oversight mechanisms, and meaningful engagement between defense institutions and the wider society they serve. Such an outcome would not only strengthen accountability, it would enhance operational effectiveness and contribute to broader national and regional security objectives. The Government Defense Integrity Index reminds us that these objectives are not separate ambitions. They are mutually reinforcing foundations of sustainable peace and security. Let us view it not merely as an assessment of risk, but as a call to continued reflection, partnership, and improvement. Together, we can strengthen the institutions that safeguard our nations, reinforce public confidence in those institutions, and contribute to a more secure and stable future for Ghana, West Africa, and indeed our continent.
So that was the Director General, Human Resource and Administration at the General Headquarters of the Ghana Armed Forces, Air Commodore Thomas Nifiu-Kai. He was speaking at the launch of GDI 2025 in Accra in June. Well, let me just remind you of my guests for this conversation. They are Head of Research at Transparency International Defense and Security, Dr. Michael Ofori-Mensah, the Executive Director of Transparency International Ghana, Mary Awelana Ada, and a criminologist and security analyst, Dr. Emmanuel Suwate. Now, before I get to, Dr. Michael Ofori-Mensah, let me just remind you that going green is not just about saving the planet. It can save you real money, so install solar panels, cut down, so that you can cut down on your power cost. Get an electric vehicle and reduce what you spend getting around. Switch to energy-efficient equipment and lower the cost of running your home or business. And the best part, Absa Bank can help you finance all of it. The Absa Green Finance Loan gives you what you need to make it happen. Walk into any Absa branch, ask about the Absa Green Finance Loan today, and say yes to a greener tomorrow. Terms and conditions apply. Absa Bank reminds you to shine your eye to avoid being scammed. Your story matters. Absa. But you've probably noticed that the lights go off when you least expect it. Plans interrupted, businesses forced to pause, and homes left in the dark at inconvenient times. Well, Translight Solar is here to help you. With Translight Solar, you enjoy consistent, reliable power every single day. No interruptions, no surprises. Our smart solar solutions are designed to keep your lights on, your appliances running, and your operations moving while helping you cut down electricity costs. We are offering exclusive installation discount starting at 34,000 Ghana cedis, only with flexible payment options. Call 0242 438 746 or 0256 040838 or visit translightsolar.com. Translight Solar, reliable power supply, total peace of mind. Okay, so let's start the conversation with Dr. Michael Ofori-Mensah. Thank you very much, Dr. Ofori-Mensah, for joining us. And first, we're quite familiar, of course, we're familiar with Transparency International. However, we're not so familiar with Transparency International Defense and Security. So please tell us briefly about Transparency International Defense and Security.
Hello, a very good morning to you and to all your listeners.
Good morning.
So, as you said, Transparency International, as you know, is a global anti-corruption movement with more than 100 chapters around the world. But in addition to the national chapters, the TI movement has 3 specialist programs. And these focus on sectors where corruption risks are particularly complex, have significant cross-border implications, and can have serious consequences for people and the society at large. So Transparency International, 3 programs focus on: one is mining, the other is global health, and defense and security is the third one. So TIDS, Transparency International Defense and Security, is the global and security program of Transparency International, the Transparency International movement. And it is hosted by the Transparency International chapter in the UK.
Okay.
It's based in London.
All right. So let's come to the Government Defense Integrity Index 2025 report. What were the objectives, scope, and methodology?
That's a great question. So could I just start by saying that, explaining like you've done before, or re-emphasizing that the Government Defense Integrity Index assesses the strength of institutional controls against corruption risk in national defense establishments. The index is designed to identify where institutional safeguards against corruption are strong and where they are weak. Now, it's really important that I emphasize that the GDI does not measure the amount of corruption that has actually occurred. It's about risk, assessing the risk. And the goal is to help governments identify where risks are and where reform should be prioritized. The GDI is carried out every 5 years. And we undertake it in regional waves. The first wave we published was the Sub-Saharan African wave, and essentially, we aim to work around those 5 risk areas of policy making, financial management, personnel management, military operations, and procurement. And just to essentially see what is working, what's the gap between rules on paper and enforcement, and move on to support governments with the necessary capacity training to resolve the gaps that we find. So in a nutshell, that's what the GDI is about, and that's what the scope is. But just let me briefly touch on the fact that it's actually premised on very robust methodology involving a country assessor who really lives and works within the country that's being assessed, undergoes a series of quality checks and peer review. And national governments are invited to review the assessments, provide their comments prior to the report being finalized. The Transparency International chapter within the country that's been assessed also contributes to the assessment by providing a review. And where governments or the chapters identify that an issue or one of the indicators or questions that have been assessed is incorrect, they provide evidence, and once that evidence stands up to scrutiny, we do amend the scores.
Okay. Now, let's look at before we get to Ghana, let's look at the global picture of your findings. What are the report's most important findings globally?
Right. So it's important, again, to re-emphasize that the GDI, as I mentioned, is being carried out in waves. Sub-Saharan Africa is the first wave that has been released. And so the global picture is not there yet. We still have Central and Eastern Europe, MENA, Asia Pacific to release later on in this year. But so I can speak to the Sub-Saharan African findings and what does it tell us? Unfortunately, the outlook is not particularly encouraging. It tells us that defense governance, it's at a very, very critical state. We realize that several countries, 88% of the countries that we looked at, do have the necessary frameworks in place, but about only 65% of them are enforcing those frameworks for anti-corruption or risk management in the defense sector. I think this stands out very clearly. At the same time, we realize that defense spending is rising across the world. I mean, that's a global picture. But in our region also, we see the trend of rising defense spending. And this makes it particularly important that we pay attention to scrutiny, to oversight. The second point is the fact that transparency across the continent remains very weak. You realize that several institutions basically rely on the fact that defense is an exceptional area, and therefore it's actually shrouded in secrecy, which is not necessarily the case according to global practice. So these two findings stand out very clearly, and I think That's why key stakeholders like Transparency International Ghana, experts like my brother, Dr. Emmanuel Swate, and others, we all need to come together to work to work towards improving the transparency aspect in defense and better oversight.
So tell me what surprised you most during the research?
Well, that's a great question. I would say that we are all aware of, the secrecy and all, but I think what struck me the most was the implementation gap between law and practice. With that 88% of countries assessed having formal oversight mandates and parliamentary oversight being ineffective in 65% of the countries assessed. I think that implementation gap was quite stark for me. It was quite surprising. A law on the books is not the same as accountability in practice, but I think the gap for me was quite wide. And this extends not just to parliamentary oversight, it stretches across procurement practices, it stretches across personnel management and operational operations, military operations as well.
Okay. Now, did these findings challenge your own assumptions?
I would not, they surprised me. As a researcher, I think you go in with an open mind without presuppositions. But I think what's really surprised me is, one, the scale of rising spending across the continent. And over the last 5 years, since the last iteration, I think what surprised me here is how we've seen some regression in terms of resilience in defense institutions.
Okay.
I think some of this accounts to democratic backsliding that we've seen across the continent as well.
Now, when it comes to Ghana, so let's focus on Ghana. Briefly, which aspects of our defense and security transparency are improving and which aspects are deteriorating?
Great question. So Ghana has important strength. Its political governance and oversight framework is comparatively stronger than other countries in the region, with active parliamentary scrutiny, for instance, a functioning defense committee, formal procurement frameworks, and importantly, space for public debate and civil society engagement on defense institutions. This program is a clear example. But significant risks remain. Ghana's overall risk rating, like you mentioned, is in Band D, representing high corruption risk. The greatest vulnerabilities are in financial transparency, procurement, and in military operations. Ghana scores particularly poor on operational risk, with a score of just 4 out of 100, whilst financial transparency is 27 over 100, procurement is 30. The key issue is therefore not that Ghana has no safeguards. The important issue is that there's significant gap between formal systems and effective implementation. So Ghana, I must say, has important foundations for defense accountability. The challenge now is to turn those foundations into consistently effective safeguards. That's where I see it.
Okay. Dr. Ofori Mensah, stay with us. We'll get back to you shortly. And this morning, we're talking about the Government Defense Integrity Index. That scores Ghana 33 out of 100. That's a D. Not the best. But we're joined by Dr. Michael Ofori Mensah, who is with Transparency International Defense and Security. He is the head of research. And Mary Awelana Ada is Executive Director at Transparency International Ghana. And Dr. Emmanuel Swate is criminologist and security analyst, joining us here in studio. But let me just bring you in briefly, Mary, so that we can continue with Dr. Ofori Mensah and Dr. Swate. So briefly, let's add a bit of local perspectives to it now. And so let me bring you in as the Executive Director of Transparency International Ghana. Can you briefly explain the process in data gathering, stakeholder engagements, and whom you've shared the report with so far?
Good morning to you, Winston, and to my colleague Michael, and also Dr. Sote, and to your listeners and viewers across the country. Let me quickly say that with the TIDX, Transparency International has been part of this process over time. And for that matter, we can, like Michael indicated, explain the process through which we are part. He mentioned that it starts with the assessor who does this independently, but then the chapter comes in when we need to ensure that we are validating and verifying the data that is captured. And so we go through all the key performance indicators. We ensure that every response that is captured is vetted and audited. And the final, then we decide, we confirm, either we confirm or provide further and better particulars as to whether there was a gap in any of the assessments that has been done. And this takes us through a lot of processes. We are supposed to verify if what is correct, both online and also engaging people physically if it is possible. So that is where we engage through this process. We have had opportunity in the past as well to engage through from the initial stage to the validation and also implementing advocacy. Let me add, when you ask about the other question of what we have done since.
Yeah.
So through the support of the Dutch in Ghana Public Affairs, I would want to say that we've done a lot of work since the launch about a month or thereabouts ago. So TI Ghana therefore comes to this discussion with a simple conviction, and that conviction is the fact that when defense institutions are transparent, we accountable and subject to effective democratic oversight, we see a better and a more professional and resilient anti-corruption policy and frameworks put into practice in these institutions. Our objective, therefore, for these engagements would be to ensure that we come to these engagements, strengthening these processes, ensuring that we start from a policy perspective to ensure there is good practice from the various results that we have picked. And mind you, we know we are on Band D, not the worst, but not also the best. We would want to go to a D. So since the launching of the report, we have gone beyond the research into action. We started engaging, and you realize that we had both the ministry and also the CDS being represented at the launching. We've started those engagements with a view to ensuring that people uptake and then people understand, people begin to interrogate the report and bring attention to it, particularly focusing on the areas of procurement. We are talking about personnel, we are talking about the issues around right to information generally, because in your intro you mentioned that the Auditor General at a point brought up some issue on procurement, and I think that this time more than ever we need to interrogate these processes with the stakeholders, and we started that with the Ministry of Defense. We are also looking at the Ghana Armed Forces itself, with Parliament and other oversight bodies. But then critically with us as civil society, the media and all citizens of this country, that we need to continue to understand, because if there is no understanding of the subject, it becomes very difficult to engage in it. So from the civil society perspective, we are bringing the TIDS and the survey, the GDI particularly, into focus, getting people to understand what it is about, what it seeks to do, like Michael has done this morning, and like this platform is going to do us today.
Okay.
Essentially, in these engagements, we would want to also look at what is the money that goes into these institutions used for. And if we are engaging Parliament, we need the parliamentary committees, and we are talking to them. What are some of the procurement plans, and do they align with the national budget? What are they approving? If we are talking to the procurement authority, how do they bring into alignment the Procurement Act, the issues around oversight, and also the secrecy within the RTI and other secrecy enactments that we have? What is the good practice and what is the best practice? So we've been asking these questions apart from just interrogating and sharing information. We want the oversight bodies to be more proactive, and we want those who are also supposed to get information to ask the needed questions to also ask them. So at the end of the day, we want, or we are working towards ensuring that wherever the Ministry of Defense and the Ghana Armed Forces stand, we see civil society also empowered enough to be able to engage. And we see us activating the RTI to get all the information we need. And we want to see at the end of the day a very proactive space, a very transparent space, which speaks to the gold standards from across the world when we talk about TIDS or the GDI, which we are engaging currently.
Mary, thank you very, very much for joining us. You still owe me a conversation. I'll get in touch with you after that.
Please, let's do immediately after this.
Thank you very much.
Otherwise, I'll go away.
Don't go away. After these messages, we still haven't heard from Dr. Emmanuel Sowat. He'll be telling us what his overall reaction is to the report, and also we'll get some more perspectives from Dr. Michael Ofori. We'll be right back.
Why settle for less? Study at a top 1% university worldwide right here in Ghana. Lancaster University Ghana is the only British branch campus in sub-Saharan Africa, offering a highly accredited UK degree in business, law, computer science, politics, and more. Same global standard, same prestigious degree, right at your doorstep. Applications are open. Visit lancaster.edu.gh. Lancaster University Ghana, a global degree at your doorstep.
Charlie, everything is expensive these days. Even flight tickets are worse.
My guy, stop stressing. Haven't you heard of Waka Now?
Waka Now? What's that?
They've got the cheapest flight deals, plus hotels, visa assistance, airport pickups, even tour packages, all in one place.
Hey, like seriously? But what if I don't have all the money to pay at once?
Then use pay small. Just pay 25% deposit now, lock your tickets, and pay the rest in easy bits before you travel.
So I can book now and chill small, eh?
That's it. Whether London, Dubai, Lagos, or Kumasi, Waka Now has your back.
Call 0242 435 515. Follow Waka Now Ghana. Visit wakanow.com.gh. Download our app or walk into our travel centers in Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, and Tamale. Waka Now. Let's go. From the producers of The Gods Are Not to Blame comes another classic.
What? Amafa? Madam Amafa! Who asked you to shout?
Sorry, sir.
Did I ask you to shout?
But usually if I don't shout, you get angry and say, I should shout.
So must you shout so loud? Are you crazy or something?
No.
The first original African adaptation of William Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice goes live as Image Bureau, April Communications, and the National Theatre presents
Gallina's Pound of Flesh.
Live at the National Theatre.
Saturday 1st, Sunday 2nd, Saturday 8th, and Sunday 9th August at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. each day.
Grab a ticket now to the most hilarious theatrical masterpiece of the year for only 200 Ghana cedis at imagebureaugh.com
or dial star 714*46#. Gallina's Pound of Flesh.
Written and directed by George Quinn.
Supported by Newplant Car Rentals, Joy FM, Hits FM, Graphic Communications Group,
Joy Prime TV, and proudly brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority.
Since inception, almost 100% of Ashesi University students have found jobs, started businesses, or gone on to graduate school within 6 months of graduation. From Accra to Nairobi, London to New York, Ashesi graduates are noticed and are leading successful careers. If you dream of a rewarding life and career, an Ashesi education prepares you just for that. Learn more about applying to Ashesi at ashesi.edu.gh. Remember, admission is ongoing.
What God has prepared for this moment cannot be put into words. Greater Works 2026. Speaking, Pastor Matthew Ashimolowo, Bishop Tudor Bismarck, Bishop Mike Okonko, Pastor Paul Adefarasin, and our conference host, Pastor Mensa Otabil. Date, Monday the 3rd of August to Friday the 7th of August, 2026. Morning sessions, Tuesday to Friday. Time, 9 a.m. Evening sessions, Monday to Friday. Time, 5 p.m. each night. Venue, ICGC Christ Temple East. Special song ministrations by Joe Metal, Once More 6, Nathaniel Bassi, Dunsin Oyekan, and ICGC Mass Choirs and Dramatic Arts. Buses will be available at strategic locations across the city. For more details, visit gwcentral.org. Greater Works 2026. It's coming down.
Sasso, sasso, se come tonton precon. Sasso, sasso, se come tonton precon. Edwana drumming your possession. Yeah, how can see all in malaria? Minya me phone and miss a so spray. Every mosquito started run away. Tonton precon. Sasso, sasso, mi se come tonton precon. Come tonton precon. Sasso, come tonton precon. Nani sham ne die e demo strong con.
This advert is FDA approved.
Morris, Babyface, what you say now?
Money, Africa money, I got the chop on fuga fuga. Wanna money, money, Africa money, I got the chop on fuga fuga.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show, where this morning we are bringing you Corruption Watch. The focus is on the Government Defense Integrity Index 2025. Ghana score 33. You've already heard from Dr. Michael Ofori-Mensah, who is Head of Research at Transparency International, Defense and Security, and Mary Awelana Ada, who is Executive Director of Transparency International Ghana. Dr. Emmanuel Suwate is a criminologist and security analyst, and he's with me in studio. So, Dr. Suwate, before the break, I talked about finding out from you what your overall reaction to the report was when you first read it.
Yeah, thank you. But before I answer the substantive, let me make some prefatory remarks. Because you started by saying that we are going to have a discussion that could not have been held under military regimes, which is largely true. But within even military regimes, there were pockets of resistance. I'm talking about resistance from individuals and collectives. When I say individuals, like individuals, people trying to say that, no, I'll not sleep or I'll sleep in a particular way. And there's this story that I think captures it referring to the resistance in quite interesting way. So I hear that this guy had written behind his Watonchini, if you know Watonchini, the Bedford, that Ghana is hard. This was in the heat of the revolution. And some military guys thought that he was, defaming the military regime. And they physically assaulted him, beat him, and told him to go and clean that inscription. So the first one was Ghana is hard. So he went to clean it and then wrote, "It's hard." Now, from Ghana is hard to is hard, is still communicating something. And that is an individual trying to resist system. Where there is power, there is resistance. And then they assaulted him again. And then do you know what he wrote? He cleaned it, and then he left on his car steel. So he had moved from Ghana is hard, he had been beaten, he changed it to is hard, and then steel. And I think that's a very nice story that shows that even in systems where people do not have power, they have alternative ways of resisting the system. And so when it comes to issues of military budgeting, and this is where the connection lies, when it comes to issues of military budgeting or democratic governance of the security sector, it didn't come to civil sector of society on the silver platter. Civil sector of society and ordinary Ghanaians outside the military regime, of course, I'll add parenthetically, with some within the military regime, worked in different ways to assert themselves into the boardroom of accountability and oversight. In other words, when we are talking about issues of accountability, oversight within the broader scope of security governance or military budgeting or military expenditure in particular, we should realize that people had fought long and hard for this. Now, what surprises me is the seemingly non-linear way that democratic governance usually pans out. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is this, that you make, like sometimes you make 5 steps forward and then 3 steps backwards, and then another 7 steps and then 2 steps backwards. So, for example, when you take the First Republic, one of the most robust oversight we had in terms of military budgeting, accountability, transparency was in the First Republic. And when you read some of the Hansard, people like Modesto Sakpalu in the position were asking very tough questions about military governance and transparency. I'm talking about the First Republic, so the 62 thereabout. They were asking very good questions about oversight, accountability, explanation. And I think that military regime, very often when stronger democratic ethos, particularly around military expenditure, military budgeting, intelligence works and things like that, when they are beginning to gain momentum and traction, then you have a coup d'etat. And once the coup d'etat comes in, it changes that momentum and that traction. And so we get into another state where there's almost, I don't know how to put it, there's almost a ban on asking awkward and critical questions. And then you move to the Fourth Republic. One of the best questions we had on the floor of Parliament were from J.H. Mensah and Nana Akufo-Addo. Brilliant questions. But you see, 2 things happen here. One is that the opposition will usually ask the awkward and very difficult questions, and the incumbent will want to support it. And then when it changes, then it flips over. And that is what fascinates me. That's referring to how we make progress and we go back and we make progress. In terms of your question, specific question, what surprises me, that you have a time in our history that you have, all the indicators, the good indicators that we are moving to more robust, more accountable oversight. And then there are episodes, frequent episodes of military interventions, and then we go back. That, iterative process is what surprises, but not also surprises me too much.
Okay, so let's get back to the findings, and tell me which one, you've talked about surprise, but which one concerns you the most and why?
Okay, I'll conflict all the different variables, and for a particular reason, that military budgeting or military expenditure are very important for so many reasons, even within the military and outside. Let's use the armed forces. When you have a military budgeting process or military expenditure that is vulnerable to corruption, that's very serious because it has implication from strategic, operational, and tactical. Let me give you an example. I don't want to mention this country, but I'm sure people would know the country I'm talking about. There's a country close to us that is fighting terrorism big time. It has been fighting for the past couple of decades. And their troops have been dying and people have been dying. And I remember I was then on a UN mission in that country. And I remember that some of the troops almost assassinated their brigade commander. And they knew he was in there because he was flying the flag. And the anger was that they thought that the top brass were taking money, appropriating the money in cahoots with the political elite and buying them inferior weapons, ammunition, vehicles, and things that they needed to fight. Though they saw their people dying, the troops dying, the men dying, and some officers dying, but they thought the top brass were cocooned from all these tactical, operational level fatalities, even if those commanders at the top brass were having psychological problems. And why is that important? When the troops think that, one, they are being made vulnerable because they don't have the right equipment, the right logistics, it affects morale. It affects the country's ability to fight and fight well. And so in a time, or at a time when we are dealing with all these challenges of extremists in the sub-region, that inching towards the coastal areas, but of course there are other issues more complicated than that. You want a system where every amount of money, military budget, military expenditure goes directly to the best equipment that the troops need to train and to be prepared, state of alert, state of efficiency, So if you have budgets that are vulnerable to risk, where some people will take so much money and then buy maybe inferior equipment, or the troops feel that they are not being provided with the best things they need, when the real fighting comes, apart from the anger and apart from morale, sometimes it boomerangs into, I don't want to use certain terms, but you become more vulnerable in such a way that your democratic credentials and your democratic system can be really thrown overboard. It's a knife of saying something I don't want to say. Okay. So those are my concerns, and those are my interests.
So in your view, does the report accurately reflect the realities within Ghana's defense institutions?
I think so.
Tell me why.
Brilliant question. You see, I did one of the studies in 2019, and it is not only the methodology, but the methods. It's quite robust when you're looking at, internal validity, external validity. You do member checking, you do triangulations, and they themselves, they're referring to transparency, come back with peer review comments. They are quite rigid from a breadth of people, people with different positionalities, people within the armed forces who are active, I suppose, those who have retired at different levels, and you have scholars outside the armed forces who have particularly expertise in this field, interrogating the things that you found out, the things that you said. And I know people are interviewed, I know, the number of things I did to get the information, and I trust that it is true. Apart from that, in 1998, Ebo Hatchford, I still work with Ebo Hatchford. Ebo Hatchford started the think tank, and I was there with Kwesi Enin. I joined them in 2001. And one of the things we're doing were these things that Transparency is now doing, about 26 years ago. And the issues of, these vulnerabilities and risk and this vulnerability to be corrupt was always there. And the armed forces themselves were alluding to that. So I'll give you two quick examples. If you read the Erskine report, you cry. What Erskine had found out about the armed forces, that even the army at the point had only 20 radios that were working. It was only Recce that has some semblance. It's in the Erskine report. After Erskine, Peto also did something reinforcing that, the state of the armed forces, when you don't have value for money and you don't put focus on the armed forces, was so difficult. In 1993, Kwesi Boateng, then speaking in Paris, was talking about how the depth of resources that military had, and that the Ghana armed forces could not fight certain battles. Why am I giving this historical antecedent? To underscore that what Transparency was doing had been started some time ago, and that those issues are quite particularistic and also evolving. Particularistic because, of course, when you're talking about Kwesi Boateng 94, and then, in fact, I can even go back to the early and the mid-80s. If you look at the military expenditure for the armed forces, it was very, very tiny, very, very tiny. And cumulatively, two things have happened. Apart from the amount, the raw quantity, the issue also about how you spend that money also comes to play. And I think that all these historical antecedents and working in the sector for some time makes me quite positioned to understand some of these vulnerabilities.
But you see, there are many who say, whether something happened in the military, well, do I really care? Why should the average Ghanaian care about integrity in the defense sector?
Brilliant question. You see, when it comes to financial integrity is just one variable, and I'll come to the details of it. The financial integrity is one variable in the whole breadth of other issues that integrity connects to. So I'll give an example. When you're talking about oversight and accountability, you're talking about dealing with issues of power, a particular type of power. And so you always want to retool and resolve the security and the armed forces to be able to do what the Constitution says they should do. So if they are not well equipped and there is a challenge that they are supposed to fight, it is not only the equipment, it is how you train and you are familiar with the equipment and how those equipment are factored into, from the strategic, operational, and tactical. Now, you and I are sitting here. If the start, bam, 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 start, maybe there's a terrorist attack. You are not the one going to go there. It's the military who would go there. And the ability to fight is contingent on how they are prepared. Mentally, equipment-wise, everything. That's why the Constitution have them. They have a role to play in our safety and security. And to be able to put them in the best position, we need to ask questions. That how are we using these resources? That is one. The other part is that taxpayers' money. You have to make sure that you use the taxpayers' money well. And once you open that window where ordinary people can ask questions about military expenditure and how that expenditure is connected directly to maybe your defense policy, your security policy, because your spending should be connected to a policy or a strategy. It has to be connected so that you don't just bring things that are not connected. Once those things are connected, the next question is value for money. And when we do this thing, then we put our armed forces in the best state to perform the role that they have to play, and then you move forward. Yeah.
So if you were to advise government, finally, what would be your top 4 recommendations based on the report?
Okay, I'll go outside the report. And if I have time, I'll read some of the parliamentary proceedings I have some here from 1970, and then some that Rollins had read. But maybe you don't have time, so I would have loved to read that. To show that, one, the problem is systemic. It's referring to the issue of how to best have value for money, military expenditure. It's not only the expenditure, it's also the budgeting process. You see, the first thing I would say is that let's make the military budgeting process more reflective of our democratic governance. And this is where the Akan proverb comes in. You see, bisi any inkoni habai yetasunu nyansamu. You see, the line between national security and transparency can be something very tricky, but it can always be dealt with. So that's the first thing, the military budgeting process. The second one is not only to the government, but also to ordinary people, including the media, that we need security sector literacy. You need security sector literacy because that will then let you ask the right questions about how resources are being used and how those resources further the spirit and the letter of the defense policy, if we have some later, and then the security policy. The other thing is the youth dimension. I think that the youth, when you combine the youth, because Africa is the most youthful population, so I'm not going to talk to only government. The youth, when you combine the youth, social media, AI, generally the youth are usually outside the boardroom of such major decision-making process. Maybe because of our history of coup d'etat, this feature of self-censorship and fear to ask questions. I think that the other thing I'll advise is they used to be more interested in security sector literacy and ask questions about military budgeting processes and expenditures. That's the third one. The last one is parliament. Okay. I think that parliament, particularly the select committee, the relevant select committees, should be more interested in asking very difficult questions. Unfortunately, it is when they are in opposition that they ask those questions. And let me end on this note, and then if you have a question, I'll take. Nana Konedu's book, I've been reading a particular quote in it. I've read it several times. I've been reading a particular section, which makes a lot of sense to me and has cross-cutting relevance, And the book is Life Shaped by Heritage, Leadership, and the Women Who Defined It. It takes a woman. Now, when you go to page 205, Nana Konedu makes a very profound statement, and I think it has enduring impact, given her role in our body politics. Quote, "It is refreshingly amazing to uncover how when a person opens his mind to non-partisan thinking and is focused solely on what is best for Ghana, he cannot help but see the wisdom in places and moments where he did not see it before." Of course, Konedu is very sensitive to gender, so you can see he or she, right? Let me take that again finally. Quote, "It is refreshingly amazing to uncover when a person opens his mind to non-partisan thinking and is focused solely on what is best for Ghana. He cannot, or he can add, she cannot help but see the wisdom in places and moments where he did not see it before." Unquote. Why did I mention that? In parliament and our body politics, we should get to a place where what Nana Konedu is saying comes so strongly to us that we don't only have those robust and genuine questions when you're in opposition, but you also ask them when you're in government. When we put Ghana's security ahead of parochial partisan interest, that is another way for Parliament to be moving ahead in the right direction.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Emmanuel Suwate, criminologist and security analyst. Thank you also, Dr. Michael Ofori-Mensah, head of research at Transparency International Defense and Security. And I hear from Mary Awelana Ada, who's executive director of Transparency International Ghana. Look, we all, in our own small way, can help in the fight against corruption. So you can interact with Corruption Watch on social media through the following handles: Facebook, Corruption Watch Ghana; on Twitter, it's Corruption Watch or CW Ghana; Instagram, Corruption Watch _Ghana; YouTube, Corruption Watch Ghana. The website is cddgh.org/corruption-watch-Ghana-CW. Call them on 055-22 000 33 or WhatsApp 055-22 Email sm@cw-ghana.org. The hashtag, as always, is Wanamoni or Ghanabre. And the partners of Corruption Watch was brought to us by Ghana Center for Democratic Development, CDD Ghana, Ghana Integrity Initiative, Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, the Africa Center for International Law and Accountability, and media platforms Joy FM and Adom FM, sponsored by the European Union. And this episode of Corruption Watch was specially brought to you in collaboration with Transparency International Ghana and TIDS. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these.
Totally is what we need, because especially in this day and age of the social media and the fact that the way some of these things travel in 1960, now they travel faster.
Yeah, I mean, you say you're not in support of a total repeal. Are you in support of?
I am not in support.
Are you in support of a partial repeal? And what does that look like?
So not a total repeal, but also not retaining it, more of a reform. Because if you look at the countries in our
what would that reform look like in reality? There's a piece of legislation that both political parties, when they're in government, have used, they've deployed. There's an uproar that this, of course, is an affront to freedom of speech. How do you reform that? What do you do to it? Is there a review of the law?
The review of the law is that even when you look at those provisions, the problem that almost all the countries that have considered them to be inconsistent with the concept of freedom of expression and freedom of speech, what conclusion they came to was that they are saying that the provisions are so vague and broad and ambiguous. And because they are so vague and broad and ambiguous, they give room to, political actors to abuse it. So what the reform would be is that the reform would be a bit more specific, and the reform would also define what exactly we mean by causing fear and panic. Is it any sort of fear at all, or it should be an imminent fear, something that is really, really, really threatening? And as things stand now, it talks about likelihood. We need to really tighten that. What is likelihood? We need to actually deal with issues where there is real danger, there is real a possibility of causing fear. So that is the reform I'm talking about, where there would be that balance in terms of trying to recognize the fact that there are certain types of speech or statement or conduct that can jeopardize the peace of the country.
The matter dies its natural death. Because at the end of the day, it is a bit difficult for the police to gather all the evidence, compelling evidence, that will be put before the court.
But it's simple, isn't it? I mean, it's about if I can reproduce what you had said and show that it is, as the law says, has likely to cause fear and alarm to the public,
likely to cause
to disturb the public peace.
Yes,
it means I can prove that.
No, it's not easy as you see it. It's not as easy, and even to gather the people to come and give evidence, sometimes it's a difficult hurdle for the prosecution. So most of these cases, what you see is, yes, maybe they just want to teach the person a lesson. He's been put behind bars after 48 hours, and others, maybe a week or two, he's been granted bail. Some others when there is so much.
You take a break from the city chaos. But who wants to spend 4 hours in traffic just to escape? Well, I've got the perfect fix. That's Best Western Plaza Accra Beach Hotel in Nungwa, right by the ocean. Imagine waking up to fresh sea breeze, a complimentary breakfast, relaxing by the pool, and just resetting for a staycation, business, or beachside event. This is the spot, and they're running a massive limited time offer. Book 2 nights and get a 3rd night for free. There's a whole night extra on them. Lock in your escape right now. Call 0596 723646, 0596 723646, or visit bestwesternplazacra.com. Best Western Plaza Accra Beach Hotel. Your escape closer than you think.
And Kingdom Books is still running their yard sales, giving you up to 70% discount on their quality products. If you're looking for stylish and affordable home and office furniture, the place to be is the Kingdom Books office at Osu. It starts at 9 a.m., ends at 5 p.m. daily. So go to Kingdom Books, enjoy the yard sales, shop smart, save big. Call them on 0244 311 955.
So, parents, Pegasus Publishing has good news for you. They're giving a 20% off, massive 20% off every single book you buy for your kids this new school season. From reading and writing to maths and science, your child needs the right textbooks to keep up and doing their best. So, everything on the book list from preschool to senior high school, it's a massive 20% discount. Call 0595 010175. 0595 010175, or visit Pegasus Publishing in Accra, Newtown, right opposite the Total Energies. Pegasus Publishing, shaping minds, winning futures.
And if you're looking for a world-class university experience for your child right here in Ghana, Lancaster University Ghana is the only British branch campus in Sub-Saharan Africa. They're offering you the same prestigious Lancaster University degree awarded in the UK. So go to lancaster.edu.gh or you call 0209 607 008 to apply today. Lancaster University Ghana, a global degree at your doorstep.
But if you're running a business office or working in the creative industry, listen, because it's time to upgrade your print game. So welcome to the future of printing with Konica Minolta, proudly powered by SkySight Technologies. And we're talking unmatched performance. Whether you need sleek all-in-one machines, professional systems, or heavy-duty production powerhouses, SkySight has you covered. And right now, SkySight is giving you 1 entire year free servicing on all Konica Minolta machines. That's 12 months of expert maintenance for new and existing customers. Get a live demonstration at their new VIP print center at Pegasus Place Airport Residential Area. Call 0501645180 or 0302798829. SkySat Technologies, performance that delivers every time.
And if you're thinking of enjoying your retirement, your old age, if you're thinking of investing right, EDC is here to help. EDC is ready to help you build your wealth so that you can retire comfortably. You get professional fund management, flexible investment options with EDC, and the potential for higher returns than ordinary savings, and also get financial security for retirement and future goals. Call them on 0302 610 400. You can also WhatsApp them on 0509 268 414.
Let me introduce you to Eden Care by Acacia Health. So you know life can be very loud, and the last thing you need is a phone call about a massive hospital bill. What if you could turn down the volume on on life's biggest stresses with just one decision? With Eden Care, all that noise just stops. Think of it as your personal caregiver. They step in to handle the medical bill so you can breathe easily. When the world gets loud, Eden Care provides a guarding of peace and the best health cover when things get hard. Don't wait for the noise to drown you out. Choose the policy that lets you enjoy real care. Reach out right now at edencare.acacia at myenterprisegroup.io and choose Eden Care today. Eden Care brought to you by Acacia Health.
And MTN just brought the prices down and the speeds up on MTN Fiber for Home, and your whole household is about to feel it. In fact, I heard in the news that MTN is going to invest about $1 billion in access to broadband. And
yeah.
Charlie, and the internet,
but internet must be fast.
Yes, they say Johnny, and they are going to invest more. Rough. So look, pick what fits your home. No data caps, no slowdowns. Just fiber built for real life. MTN Fiber for Home. Your speed, your home, your choice. Only on MTN everywhere you go.
The reason these days, the boys, you don't see me when I get home with my MTN Fiber, I'm sorted. But if you need fuel, make the smart stop at Star Oil, Ghana's largest oil marketing company. Because with over 240 stations nationwide, Star Oil gives you high quality fuel, great service, and real value for money. And that's why many Ghanaians are switching to Star Oil. And with a Star card, you can enjoy safe, cashless fueling and easy expense tracking. Wherever you go, choose Star Oil for your quality and affordable fuel.
If you travel on the Kumasi Road, Star Oil is opening a new branch in Asankare. Those who travel from Sunyani to Techiman, they are opening a new branch in Koto Chrome and some other branches. So you can get your fuel everywhere you go with Star Oil. Now, the Kronti Ni Akwamo Public Lecture, the 21st CDD Ghana Kronti Ni Akwamo Public Lecture, is happening next week, Wednesday, the 29th of July, at the British Council Auditorium in Accra. It's an event free and open to the public. You don't need to register. It starts at 5:30 p.m. And the speaker for this year's lecture is a distinguished Ghanaian diplomat, Her Excellency Hannah Sewa Tete, with Ambassador D.K. Osei as chairman for the occasion. The Vice President will also be in attendance as a special guest of honor. So mark the date, 29th July, 5:30 p.m., British Council Auditorium, Accra. Don't miss out.
Kojo, before we go, we're talking about the Ghana Infrastructure Report Card.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us, we scored 2.83. Well, that's more than half. So you say it's average performance. But tell us where we didn't do well, where we did well, where it could be better.
I think we actually need to spend a lot of time discussing the Ghana Infrastructure Report Card because, I've always been saying that since 2016, the Ghana Institution of Engineering had not released another report card. Mm-hmm. So it's taking us about 10 years to get another report card. But practically, if we could, we should be releasing a report card every year to let us know how we are doing when it comes to infrastructure. And what they've done is to analyze our road sector, electricity sector, water sector, railway, aviation, telecommunications, health, and education. And the report doesn't look good because we all want good, better, and best, not fair and poor, right? Now, if you look at the aviation sector is doing well. They scored a C3. Okay. Our airports are great, at least the key airports. Kotoka, from Terminal 2, we got an upgrade to Terminal 3. A lot more investment is being made. If you go to the Prempeh Airport in Kumasi, it's also been upgraded. Tamale also got an upgrade, and we are seeing moves in the other spaces. So largely, the airport space is great. Now, electricity saw an improvement, but these are engineers saying that the investment we need to make in electricity, we are not making the right investment. So our reserve margin, which should be 18%, we don't have that. So we've solved Dumso on the surface, but the underlying problems are there, and we could go back anytime if we don't invest properly in the sector. So there's a lot to unpack when it comes to the power sector. When it comes to the telecommunications sector, they also mentioned the fact that when it comes to access and improvement, we've seen improvement across the board, right? We've seen people getting access to all sorts of services because the telcos have made investment and enabled growth. But we also need to do better in that particular sector. There are more SIM cards than people in Ghana, and nobody has proper fixed home internet. Less than 1 in 200 people have proper, because when it comes to home internet, we've not really expanded much.
0.5%.
Yes, that's why MTN, for example, says they are going to invest about $1 billion in that. Now, when it comes to water, one of the areas that hurts, Ghana Water can produce only about half the water the country needs each day. Okay, so if you needed, say, 1 million liters, they can produce only 500,000 liters. And of the water that it treats, half of it leaks away because they're unable to recover revenue on that. So if Ghana Water spent 1 million cedis to process that 500,000 liters of water, they're unable to sell that 1 million cedis to recover all the money. They are only able to recover just about 50%. And so that's also a big problem. And so it's something we need to talk about. And on education, the numbers they are churning out. For example, free senior high school meant that more students could go to school. but the classrooms, the desks, the toilets, and the infrastructure was never built to support the number of students going to school. So we are short over, we need about 1 million extra desks to be able to accommodate our students in school. And we don't have a clear way forward. The Ministry of Education recently is asking for some more money, some loans have gone to Parliament and all that. But what's the practical way forward, aside the bigger line items that we've been told that we are going to do ABCD? Who is breaking it down for the nation to follow, for us to fix education, which is actually one of the foundational elements of our country? And then roads. Roads were graded D3 in 2016. Now, roads have dropped to E1.
Oh, they've become worse.
Yes.
Why?
And even though we have increased our national road coverage from about 70,000 kilometers to 94,000 kilometers, if you go down into the details, you'd know that only 27% of the 94,000 kilometers is paved. If you drill down further, you'll see that regular road maintenance and re-asphalting of roads to keep them going longer, and even quality issues are there. And there's a big debt of about 17.5 billion Ghana cedis in the road sector, which we need to interrogate. And then health. Health scored E1. Health sector, E1. 1 doctor for every 8,000 people.
Terrible.
1 ambulance for every 84,000 people. And only 5% of local clinics have complete basic equipment. 5% of local clinics have complete basic equipment. That tells you why our no-bed syndrome is not ending anytime soon. Because when I'm sick and they take me to the Amrahia hospital, they don't have what they need. So you have to take me to the next hospital. They may not have... It comes all the way
more
to
people are
Kojo.
coming there, so it becomes a problem.
Understand.
Okay.
So they've done quite a lot of work. And railway sector, also bottom of the class, E1. Ghana has 947 kilometers of railway. Only 149 kilometers actually works. And the 149 kilometers that must work, we are not using it because yes, it's not working. And we've spent over $400 million or so dollars.
I used to use the Asoprochona. In those days, you pay 1 cedi in, 1 cedi out, and it helped in those days.
So the Ghana Institution of Engineering, after 10 years, have delivered an expanded Ghana Infrastructure Report Card, which, if we as citizens take the report card and take the budgets and take expenditures of the various ministries and agencies, we'll know whether people are chopping our money and telling us lies and blinding us with slogans, or people are actually working to advance the cause of the Republic of Ghana.
All right, and that'll be all from us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. My name is Winston Amoah.
And my name is Kojo Akoto Boateng.